Test. Testing 1 2.
Are we rolling? We are good. We are live across the globe. Welcome, everybody, to the live call today. My name is Zach. It is January 16th, 2016. I hope everybody's having a good day so far. I'm guessing it's the afternoon and evening for most of you. Of course, some of you, we find out from time to time, are watching in places around the world where it's the early AM hour. So welcome to you as well. Today we're going to be having Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm easily distracted by the fellows around. Well, that doesn't sound right. I'm easily distracted by the people working behind the scenes and the cameras. Okay, the ultimate marketing machine. Mastering human psychology to grow your business is what's going to be discussed today. It is an interactive call, as most of you, we'll get this fixed here. As most of you know, you've watched, I'm sure, before, you get to leave comments or ask questions to Tai whenever he's up here. He's also going to be streaming on Meerkat and Periscope. At the end, he will be giving away an iPad mini. Is it an iPad mini today, as far as you guys know? Awesome. So that's going to be given away at the end of the call. He'll ask a little trivia question, so make sure you're taking notes really on everything, because it's so random, whatever he talks about. I mean, it's what he might pull from. So definitely be paying attention. You can pause the stream if you need to step away for any reason, so don't worry about possibly missing anything. He'll also, via Snapchat, be giving a hint as to what the question will be in order to win the iPad mini. If you are not following Tai on Snapchat yet, just do a little search for him. It is, of course, Tai Lopez. And you can also search for him on Meerkat and Periscope. Are they able to see that? That looks like it might be a little washed out, or is that just our view? All right, you're fired. All right, so we're always curious to know where everybody's watching from here at the beginning of the call, so feel free to just light us up on the comment sections, the comment section, letting us know where everybody is from. I'm always curious to know that, of course, as well. Oh, thank you very much. Looking sharp, Z. I'm going to go ahead and accept that compliment because my name is Zach, so I'm going to just assume you're talking to me. So thank you very much. Oh, I even got someone throwing out curse words. Damn, Zach, you look sharp. Now I believe it. Whenever you start cursing at me, then I know it's legit. I have a nice voice. Have I ever thought about doing voiceovers? Actually, yeah, I have done some voiceover stuff for personal projects. I have it on my YouTube channel. I think I did a little bobblehead animal short. So you can find me on YouTube and see that video. Man, it's about time to put some product in the hair, isn't it? Hey, I'm going to take a survey. Y'all let me know if you think, I know this has nothing to do with making money, and everybody out there watching it has that entrepreneurial spirit, and you want to get some good meat and information on what you can do to increase getting the good life. So this question has nothing to do with that, but it just indulged me for a minute. I need to do a survey on if I should let the beard grow out, very Civil War / hipster-like, if I should shave it. I'm thinking about going back to the mustache as well. Thanks so much for indulging me. Where is Tai? Nobody knows. We've been texting him. We've been calling him. We've been knocking on all the doors here. When we arrived this morning, we noticed that the door had been kicked in. There was some broken glass on the floor. Maybe there was something that happened here last night. Nobody really knows. But hey, what are you going to do? I'm just kidding. Of course, he will be here shortly. But before Tai gets out here, we're going to have our special intelligent guest. That's what I like to call them. Our SIG for the opening, Dr. Herman Garcia Fresco. Hey, we've got somebody in New Jersey. There's a Brazilian living in Michigan. For Snapchat, I thought it was Tai Lopez #1. It actually might be Tai Lopez and the number 1 on Snapchat. But I think if you do a search, am I wrong? If you just type in a search, he'll still come up. You have to do the 1. Okay, so my apologies. Thank you very much to the person updating me on that. Tai Lopez and the number 1 is going to be the Snapchat handle. I think what it is on Meerkat and Periscope, you can just search for Tai Lopez, just like you do on Instagram. And of course, if you want to find him on Instagram, you can do that search. If you want to find me on Instagram, I'm going to write that out for you too. It's a big TETRISGOD and the number 7. Tetris God. I actually had someone message me on Facebook. Okay, I will. If you're cursing, then that means it is legit. Shave it off. More skin showing. Grow the beard out and braid it. All right, cool. Thanks so much for indulging me and answering that question. I was going to say somebody messaged me on Facebook telling me that I am not a god, or maybe it was Instagram, explaining to me that I'm not a god and how, I should. I think so. At least that's the title I gave myself, and it's a lowercase g, so it's not that arrogant of a thing to do. I didn't make it a capital G. Somebody says hi to Herman.
Hi back.
Mr. Dr. Herman Garcia, Strawberry Fresco. They are all about that strawberry juice.
I don't know what they're
People
talking about.
love that.
Nobody ever gave a name about the strawberry juice stuff, so I don't know why they're assuming it's me.
Yeah, I think everybody
Has
just
Ty
looked
ever
at
said
you
who it
whenever
was?
he said. Well, I think what it was when he said it, everyone looked at you from the office, and so it was a giveaway. Yeah, everybody knew what was going on. Could you tell me what book it was that talks about the 66 days to change a habit? Do you know what the title of that book is?
No, I don't remember. But there's many books that talk about habit changing, so just do a search. Habits change on Amazon. You'll find a whole bunch of them. Guaranteed.
But are they legit? Or are some of them maybe a little bit
or
pseudo?
you know what? You can go to TaiLopez.com and go to his book list.
Yeah, yes, TaiLopez.com/books, and that'll take you to his page. Or if you just go to TaiLopez.com, you can click on the books tab, and it has his top 150 suggested books. So, Herman, you're talking today about, what is it? Should I leave this?
Some cool stuff.
I'm going to tear this off?
Yeah, you can tear it off.
So, listen, folks, if you all have any questions for Tai, feel free to leave them up there. We monitor it, and we'll keep an eye out for it. But don't hesitate to ask Herman questions, too. Feel free to throw those up there. Herman will be interacting with you, and we'll be more than happy to answer questions. Ladies, I'm sorry, he is married. He is a father of 2. So refrain from those questions. We can't have any more of that because his wife does watch these live calls.
That's right. She's probably on there right now.
That's right. And she's not in any mood to have you all flirting with her husband via comments on the webpage. I think it's funny, but let's not get Herman in trouble. What is a strawberry story? I tell you what, if you find Herman on Facebook and ask him, he'll probably fill you in on that.
Maybe.
Is this where I type for the live chat? Yes. You can also do it on Meerkat and Periscope. Once we go live with that, once Tai is out here, those do kind of fly by a little bit quickly, and you have to be. Oh, and Facebook. All right, yeah, awesome. So you have multiple platforms in which to try to talk to Dr. Lopez. Or the Reverend Lopez. You're Dr. Garcia Fresco. We've got somebody watching from Portland, Oregon. I'm a Trailblazers fan. Go
Who's from
Blazers.
another country? Let me see other country people. We saw Brazil.
Australia, Sydney.
Sydney, Australia.
And by the way, you are a god, and everyone in this live talk should bow down currently to you. Oh, now that's you said that, not me. I won't tell people not to do that.
Zach liked those comments, so keep going.
He is in Narnia right now. Oh, I guess you're talking about Tai. I can't do some stand-up on here because it's not not conducive, I guess, to that particular style. You're just going to have to come to Hollywood and watch me in some clubs. Herman is better than Messi at soccer. Who was Herman? It's not Herman, it's Herman.
Yeah, well,
spelled like German.
I have a whole, here. This is for everybody. Like, I prepare it now in every talk so that you guys don't murder my name.
Here, you want me to do that for you? I can.
It's right
here we go.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. It's spelled like German, 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 but it's pronounced Herman. If you in Spanish, Herman, but that's what it is. So there's my Facebook contact. if you want to friend me, LinkedIn contact if you want to
Now, see,
professional link.
Herman,
And there's
I told
my
you,
email.
you can't write your information out in whiteout. They're not going to be able to see that.
Yeah. Now, don't make sure you don't look for the 2 quotes. That means that's my name.
It's the same thing as above. Maybe we should just draw 2 arrows down there. How to ask the perfect questions. I like that because that's something that, if you ever encounter someone who you want to get some information from, you want to be as concise as possible. You don't want to waste their time, and you want them to really have the reaction that your question stands out. What are some techniques you have
For asking the perfect questions?
like to prepare yourself? For example, yesterday we got to meet Larry David, who is someone I admire greatly and has influenced me. His particular style of comedy and humor obviously has influenced me greatly, as has many people. And so, when you know you're about to go do something like that, you want to think, all right, what if I get one question? But what's the process to filter out?
I say one of the important things is to, and this happened to Tai once, where he was with President Clinton, and
All right, yeah.
and he had a chance to ask him a question, and he said something really stupid, and he regrets till today. So one of the things you can do to prepare yourself to ask a question is know something about the person and the topic that he's an expert on. So you're not going in there it's kind of like going to an interview. You go to an interview prepared. If you're going to interview to a company that you don't know anything about, you're going to look kind of stupid when it's like, oh, do you know our products? And you go, no. I'm like, so what do you want to work there? So same thing when you're asking people stuff. If I'm going to go and meet President Clinton or whoever it is, or Mark Cuban, I'm like, I'll brush up on, or Elon Musk, I'm like, oh, let me read a little bit about space stuff and a little bit about investing and a little bit of, even if I don't know anything, just enough so that I can ask him an intelligent question to start that conversation flowing. Because if not, remember, you have those first few seconds to ask the question and make an impression,
Right.
and that person will either brush you away
Right.
or he will interact with you. So the more you know about that person, the more you know about their product, the more you know about their book or whatever it is. Even if it's as simple as, knowing about their family. It's like, oh, you have family, whatever it is, but just know something.
As long as it's not too stalkerish.
Yeah. You don't want to be.
You should step in a little bit more. I should switch spots with you because I'm going to fade out. Yeah, like yesterday, I wanted to ask Larry David about golf, but I didn't get the chance to because he immediately started making fun of my wardrobe, so it threw me off my game.
Yeah, where are your
But
glasses?
it's good. I would say you don't gush over the person when you see them. That's a good way to maybe
don't be
sound
clingy.
like everybody else.
Don't be like, can I get an autograph? Can I get a picture with you? I mean, in certain occasions, it's okay, if it's right after a recital. What do you call those?
Recipe?
No, when you go to a
Recital?
music event or something. So, that they're used to that. Then you can do that. Oh, can I get a picture? They're getting pictures with 1 million people. You're the next one in line. That's okay.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
if you find them on the supermarket, or like the other days, I went to Mel's Diner here on Sunset, and the guy from Deuce Bigelow, what's his name?
Rob Schneider?
Rob Schneider and Adam Sandler walked in very casually. I didn't go talk to them because I had no interest in doing that. But if I did have an interest, if Zach was there, I'm sure he wouldn't have run up to them and be like, can I get an autograph? You would have gone and be like, maybe say something about their movies or their last performance or the movie that's coming up.
Or I would have
Right.
pretended to be management at Mel's and asked them if there was a problem with their burgers and how everything was, and apologize for the service. If I won an iPad on Meerkat, can I win another one here on the website? I'm sorry to say the answer
No.
is
Don't be
no.
greedy. Don't be greedy. One iPad is good enough.
Other people need iPads too. Let's see. What do you think about subliminal training?
Yeah, well,
You're going to talk about that a little bit, as
on
I get out of your way?
persuasion. There's a lot of stuff that I'm going to cover. Today's going to be a pretty good,
Not pretty
Thank
good.
you.
I think it's going to be damn good.
excellent talk.
Mom, if you're watching, I'm sorry I just cursed. But I love you.
We'll say thank you, Zach, for the 14 minutes and 50-second introduction. Okay, so today we're going to talk about, so normally I have a bunch of, I pick one topic and talk about it, and then we do Q&A. Today I decided to give you guys, I've been getting a lot of feedback on some of the stuff you guys want to know. So I'm going to talk about in general. I'm going to give you a whole bunch of different, based on the title today is The Ultimate Marketing Machine, Mastering Human Psychology to Grow Your Business. So psychology or neuroscience or however you want to call it, or has tons of different topics. There's tons of different things that you need to know in order to master your business or sales or whatever it is. It's not just, oh, I'm good at sales or I'm good at this. You need to be good at human relationships. You need to be good at, understand how the chemicals of your body work. You need to be good at so many different food, what kind of food you eat. The types of food you eat can influence the way your brain behaves. There's so many things. So I'm going to give you a little nugget of a bunch of different things that you can do or that you should be aware of in order to make the psychology in your brain better to be more successful, not only in business, but you can apply this to relationship, business, school, whatever it is, no matter what you're doing. And then after this, if we have a little bit of time before Tai gets here, we can go over some question and answers. By the way, today, Tai he's never sick. Right? Is this the first time he's actually kind of sick? See, that most people know he's kind of sick, so he might be in a little bit later than usual. So bear with me. If you hate what I'm saying, I say tune off, and come back on in an hour. And Tai hopefully will be here. So one of the first things I want to talk about is the mind of an achiever. So setting up your mind in a certain way so that you can succeed in business, in life, in relationships is very important. And I've talked to a lot of these things, by the way, I've mentioned. I've talked in other seminars. I've talked in some of the live seminars. Next week, by the way, we have a New York live retreat. I'm going to be speaking there too, as well as 7 other speakers, different topics. There's going to be another neuroscientist. It's going to be very a lot of fun. I think how many seats do we have available still? Do you guys know? About 50, if I'm not mistaken. So we sold around 650 seats already. It's the capacities for 700. I think we have 50 seats. So if you're interested, if you're in the East Coast, I highly recommend you come to our live event. So again, I've talked to you guys a lot about some of these stuff that I'm going to cover today, but it doesn't hurt to repeat. In fact, repetition makes memories. So that's one of the things I always teach. It's like people ask me how to remember stuff, and I tell people repeating it, teaching it over and over. So if you hear over and over, eventually it's going to be ingrained in your brain. And that's the way, if any of you are teachers, school teachers or whatever, professors, repetition is better. If you're going to give a lecture, it's better to give 5 pieces of information, divide them into 3 segments, and repeat it 3 times throughout the hour. Throughout the lecture, there's a lot better retention that way than if you just give a whole lecture for 1 hour, different topics. It's been studied and published. Okay, so the mind of an achiever. I always talk about goals versus dreams. In my definition, a goal is something that's achievable. A dream, it's something that could be achievable, but it's not. So for example, if I say, I want to be a billionaire right now, or I want to get a Nobel Prize in science, or I want to get an Oscar award, or I want to go to space. Well, those are all dreams. I'm not saying they're not achievable, but wherever you are right now, if you're not even close to achieving anything of that, I call it a dream. It's like everybody can dream. Everybody wants to be a billionaire or would like to be a billionaire. I don't think anybody would complain about being a billionaire. I'm pretty sure most people would say yes to a trip to the moon, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people will say yes if they could, attain an Oscar award. So that's a goal. Now, that's a dream. A goal is something that's attainable. They're short. I'm gonna cheat here for a minute. They're short, they're achievable, and they have purpose. So people that are highly achieving, that have highly achieving personalities. So let's say this is a dream, and this is a goal. So let's say at the end, the dream. So right here we have, say, winning an Oscar. or $1 billion. Right? So let's say that's what you want. That's what you want. So that's your dream. You're right here. That's your dream. Now, goal means you're going to set a bunch of little small goals in order to get to that place. Okay? This does two things. One, it makes it easier to get to that dream. And now it becomes a goal again. Okay? So all these are mini goals. And two, your brain reacts in a different way when you're dreaming than when you're achieving goals. There's a vicious cycle where the more you learn, the more you achieve little goals, the more dopamine rush you get on your brain, and the more likely you're going to create the next goal and be excited about it. If I tell you right now, go and win an Oscar, it's almost impossible. It's so overwhelming that you don't know where to start. And that what happens, it's very stressful. And when things are stressful, what happens is your brain shuts down and they don't want to do it. It's like, I don't want to do it. It's kind of like when you're in school and you're like, I don't get math, and they keep going and going and advancing, and it's you're like, you feel it. You're like sinking deeper and deeper and deeper, and it's like you get less and less understanding what they're saying. That's exactly the same thing as dreaming, okay? Like having a dream. But when you get a principle of math, you learn it, and then the next day you learn a new principle and you get it the next day, you're excited about learning math. So it's the same way. So for example, in the case of winning an Oscar, let's say you live in Omaha, okay? Now, what are the chances of you becoming an actress or an actor in Omaha? Probably 0. So what do you do first? You're like, okay, I'm in Omaha. I'm going to take acting class. Okay, I'm going to take an acting class. That's a small, attainable goal. You're like, I can do this. I'm far away from my winning Oscar goal, but I can do this. So you start with your acting class. You take acting class for a year or two, whatever, many times, how long you think it's necessary. The next step, another achievable goal is like, now I'm going to move to L.A. Let me go to Los Angeles. Why do I want to go to L.A.? Well, in L.A., there's a lot more opportunities of becoming an actress or an actor, or New York, or you pick a city that you know has a lot of active film industry and people and where they're hiring. So you come to New York, you come to LA. So that's another small achievable goal. You get on a plane, you go there. You find a roommate, you room with them, you go wait tables, you tutor, whatever you do to survive while you start your journey towards winning an Oscar. Then once you're in LA, you start doing, I don't know, let's say you want to be a comedian. So you go to stand-up comedy, or what do you call the places where you practice? Like, open mic. Okay, so you do open mic. And you write down your little jokes. You go to open mic, you practice. From there now, it's another achievable small goal. You go to the next one, which might be, let's say, now you're in LA, so the Laugh Factory decides, hey, we're going to give this guy a try. And you move forward and forward, you get where I'm going. So then eventually somebody gives you a part for a movie. And then from there, now somebody that's a B-class actor has way more chances of eventually winning an Oscar than the guy that's in Omaha, Nebraska, or whatever, with nothing, no experience, or maybe a little bit of experience, some school play or whatnot, but just has the dream. It's like, one day I want to be an actor and win an Oscar. And then from there, eventually winning an Oscar might not be so difficult. It is achievable. Once you become an A-list actor, the chances of you winning an Oscar increase, immediately. And maybe winning an Oscar, it's like too much of a dream. But maybe your dream was to be an A-list actor. Well, guess what? By doing small little incremental goals instead of one big dream, you made it. Now you're an A-list actor. This might have taken you 10 years. If you think that in 1 year or 6 months or whatever, you're going to become an A-list actor, you stop dreaming. That's truly a dream. Okay, that's not going to happen. The chances are 1 in a gazillion. Okay, so remember, so you need time. This brings me to the next step of being an achiever, what people call the 10,000-hour rules. And this was devised by a psychologist. The story is really interesting. I actually told it yesterday to some people. But it's 10,000-hour rules. This guy was a psychologist, and he truly believed that genetics was not the only factor determining people's intelligence. He truly believed that people with training, you can become successful in life. So, and back then, this was early 1900s, I believe. It was either late 1800s or early 1900s. And then people believed, didn't believe him. He's like, you know what? I'm going to set an experiment. So he did something really crazy. He put an ad on the newspaper and said, I am looking for a wife that is willing to have children with me and be participant with my children of a psychological experiment that will last many years, to study success in human beings. Oddly enough, somebody responded to the ad and married him. And they had 3 girls. They had 3 girls. So he's like, okay, so what he did is like, I'm going to prove that my girls can be as successful as any other human being. So he picked a sport or a challenge that men were very dominant. There is no females in that industry, you could say, or at least champion in that industry, and that was chess. So he grabbed 3 girls, started training them to play chess, and they were the first 3 girls to be chess masters in the world. Now, the reason why he picked chess was for 2 reasons. One was because it was a male sport, so he wanted to prove somebody could have been like, well, men are all good in chess, so maybe your kids were genetically inclined to be better at chess. But at that time, how sexist the world was, and they were like, oh, girls are not good at this. They're not smart enough for that kind of stuff. Well, he made 3 chess masters. And not only that, and I think 2 of them won the world championships of chess at that time. And then the other reason why he chose that was if he picked a sport, he didn't want people to attribute the sport, oh, they were genetically born with the ability to have a better body based on your family history. So he picked something that's completely intellectual and completely requires just training and training and training. Yes? So Zach's asking, how attractive were the girls? I have not seen a picture of them. That was not in my... So my point is, so this is what happens. So then this is when he devised the 10,000-hour rules. He figured that it takes about 10,000 hours to make somebody an expert. Okay? And that is standing. There is a book I highly recommend. It's called Bounds. You can read a lot of stories there. You can see, and Bounds, they talk about how Serena Williams and her sister and Tiger Woods and Beckham and and Mozart and all these famous people, they became geniuses in their sports or their specialties, not only because they were good at it, mainly because they practice. Now, there is one thing that I tell people. It's like, you can make any... Let me tell you the story of Serena Williams. The parents, mom and dad, was sitting on a couch one day, and they were watching a tennis tournament, not a big one, a small one, and they saw that the winner of that championship made like 50 grand. And the dad was like, oh my God, they made $50,000 just playing tennis, and they're not even like pro. I mean, it was like a local, smaller tournament. So he said, when we have children, we're going to make our kids play tennis. And he was expecting boys, by the way. Well, first baby, mom gets pregnant, first baby is on the way. So dad decides to take courses on being a tennis coach, started taking tennis classes, started reading books about tennis. He just really got into the whole tennis thing. By the time his first daughter was born, who was 2 years old, he bought her a tennis racket and started training her. Then Serena Williams is the youngest one, right? Which even makes more sense because she's even better. But Serena Williams comes in, another girl. He's like, well, I'm training one. I'm going to train two. So from the time they were 2 years old, they've been training tennis. By the time they were 7, they were playing tournaments, and winning tournaments in their local areas. By the time they were 14 or whatever age, they were like top league tennis players. If you do the math of the hours they were spending, by the time they were 14, 15, they were all have already spent 10,000 hours of tennis. By the way, the dad also spent about more than 10,000 hours training tennis players and learning about tennis and so on and so forth. Let's move to the next story, Tiger Woods. And most people know this story, the Tiger Woods. He was 2 years old. His dad bought him golf clubs and started training him on golf. So same thing. So I'm getting here that Venus was born in 1980 and Serena was born in 1981. Yes, so Serena is the youngest and she is the best player. Now, Serena had two trainers, if you think about it. She started training with her dad and she had her sister to look up to. So her learning curve was even better. Okay? Now, who was I saying? Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods, same thing. And if you go back in history, and I didn't know this, but Mozart, everybody's like, oh, Mozart was a genius, like natural born genius. No, he was not. He was very smart. I'm not going to deny it. All these people are smart, but they're not born with that genius. Did you know that Mozart's dad was he composed music himself, and he was a music professor of a high-end music professor. So when Mozart was born, he put his son at 2 years old starting to learn music with a professor at his house. So that gave him an edge. By the time he was 16, Mozart was composing, but nobody knows anything about that music. His true music came about when he was like 20, 23 years old. That's when he hit, 10 to 15,000 hour marks is when he started really composing the high-end music plays that he had. So again, now people look at him and it's like, oh my God, he is a genius. And then if you read, there's another book called Outliers, great book by Malcolm Gladwell. Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, and the founder of Oracle, I don't remember his name, but all three were born the same year. And all three, what? Yeah, Larry Ellison. All three were born the same year. All three are the richest guys in the internet industry. Is that a coincidence? No. They had access to stuff that most people in the world didn't have access, which was computers. There were only a few universities, I think there was actually only one, that had this computer where they had access. So by the time the rest of the world started getting computers, they already had 2,000 to 3,000 hours of computer time from everybody else. And on top of that, I think Bill Gates' parents had access to, they were members of a club or a library or something like that, where they had access to even more computer that most people didn't have. So again, this 10,000 hours is what makes people experts, okay? And it's not 10,000 hours per se, but it's around 10,000 hours. It's around 7 to 10 years before somebody can really become proficient at something. So if you've been in the food industry for 10 years, you are an expert in the food industry. If you've been doing science for 10 years, you're an expert scientist. And you can see that in science, and some of my scientific friends can vouch for me. You really become a good scientist after you do your undergrad, after you do your PhD, and after you do your postdoc, and after you accumulated that about 12,000 hours of science. That's when you really become, where your brain really opens up and you start being more creative, discovering new things. So very important, 10,000 hours. So don't be discouraged. So for those of you that are every 2 years you're changing careers, there's nothing wrong with that. But just remember this, you're not becoming an expert on anything. And if you want to thrive in something, you need to accumulate. Close to my house example is my brother. My brother, he's a phenomenal soccer player, and he was a phenomenal goalie. My nephew now is one of the best goalies on the East Coast in his league. He's like 14 years old or 15. He's one of the best goalies. And the only reason he's one of the best goalies is not that genetically he was better. Because, look, my brother is my brother. And even though somebody said I'm better than Messi, I suck at soccer. I am not a good soccer player. I never was. I was like a deception for my family. Like, my dad loved soccer. My uncle was actually a Division A soccer player in Argentina. My brother was a soccer player. He could have been a Division A player, just my parents didn't let him. And here I come. So genetically speaking, I did not get those genes, you could say. And part of it is because I wasn't interested. And that's where I'm going to go to the next part of the 10,000 rules. So it's not only doing 10,000 hours of something, you have to love it. If you don't love it, forget it. How many of you have children, or how many of you were put into something that you didn't really like? Like, you were a little kid. Like, for example, my parents put me in soccer camps and that kind of stuff, but I sucked at it. I was more curious about looking in the grass for the bugs that were crawling around than the ball that was coming by me. It just wasn't me. I didn't like it. So eventually my parents took me out because, I remember one coach actually came to my dad and said, I think you need to take your kid off soccer. He's not into it. Which was it was a heartbreaking for my dad, because my dad is a hardcore soccer lover and fan. But, where did I thrive? I thrived in martial arts. I've thrived in paintball. I thrived in other sports that I like, that I've enjoyed, that I've spent thousands of hours on. But you have to love it. If you don't love it, no matter how much your parents, Serena Williams' parents were lucky because they decided to pick tennis, and their kids decided to love it too. It could have happened that they trained and the dad learned everything about it. They started training their daughters, and then by the time they're 15, they're like, we hate tennis. We don't want to do it anymore. And you would have never heard this story, because that happens. So if you don't love it, if you're not passionate about it, it's not going to happen. So you have to have these two factors. And this is one that people forget to mention. You need to love what you're doing. If not, no matter how many hours you do, you won't do it. I know people that have been in jobs for years, spend thousands of hours, but they hate their job, so they don't thrive in it. They're not the best at it. They don't even care about changing jobs because they hate it so much. So you need to love it. If you love business, if you love money, then good. Love money, spend thousands of hours figuring out how to make money. You love music, spend thousands of hours playing instruments. You'll figure out a way to make money out of it eventually. So, very important. And going back to my nephew to finish the story, he is not genetically, inclined to be better goalie than anybody else in his school. He has one advantage. How many of you that play soccer or that ever played soccer went to goalie school? Do you even know goalie schools? I bet you the answer is most of you don't even know they exist. And the truth is, because my brother tells me, he's like, there's really no goalie schools. You go to soccer camp and play soccer, and what they do is like, okay, you're the goalie now, and you're the goalie now, and now you're the goalie, and now you're the goalie. And they teach you a little bit of techniques in here and there. But what my brother did is he was a goalie. So what he did is he grabbed my nephew, and he's been training him to be a goalie ever since he's 2-3 years old. So today, nobody can beat him, because everybody in school, everybody that's been around him, has not been training as a goalie. They've been training playing soccer and whatnot, but he has thousands of hours more than the rest. I told my brother, we did the calculation last time I saw him, and I said, your son is about 6,000 hours into goaling. By the time he reaches, if he still likes it, by the time he reaches 17, 18 years of age, if you guys continue the same training, he will be a beast. He will be a beast, and I guarantee you he will be playing for the World Cup. Anyways, enough of that, because I have so much stuff to talk to you about. Mind of an achiever, okay? Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about the power of dopamine. Dopamine is a very strong neurotransmitter. We have many different ones, but dopamine is very strong. And it's part of the what I call the want and enjoy cycle. It's present in anything that's related to food and feeding and emotional content and sexual behavior. Okay? It's very important. Now, what's important about dopamine that I want to tell you is that dopamine lights up when you're anticipating something good. So remember when I was telling you about your goals? Man, here, your goals. Every time you achieve a goal, dopamine kicks in and gets you happy, and it gets you excited to go and do the next goal. If you fail, what happens is you have stress hormones and stress chemicals light up on your brain, and you revert to like, maybe I shouldn't keep this route. Maybe I'm going to go this route to achieve my next goal. And then dopamine comes in again. So it's extremely powerful. Now, aside from being good for goals and for being good for other stuff, I want to talk to you guys about something I call eye craving. And this is something that's it's a modern thing. And that's why I call it eye craving, because I'm using the iPhones as an example. So how many of you now go to a restaurant, sit down, have dinner with your family, and there'll be this happening? Everybody's at the dinner table, and they're all like this. Put it down. 5 minutes later, put it down. 5 minutes later, put it down. So it's very distracting, right? The reason why is because what happens with phones and social media stuff right now, like Facebook and YouTube and all these things, is you're anticipating. When you hear that bling on your phone, when you hear that, your brain lights up with dopamine. It's like, oh, I wonder who wrote to me. And then you go back to that habit. And it's a cycle. I'm only comparing, that's why I wrote Skittles here. Imagine you give, and the cool thing about dopamine is two things. One, well, it's not cool, but I'm saying two things about dopamine. If you overdo dopamine, eventually you become numb to it. You stop. So like people that take drugs, they are doing cocaine or whatnot. The more you do it, the more drug you need, because the less effect it has on your brain. Same with food, the more you eat, et cetera, et cetera. But if you give the brain, you tease the brain and you give them a little bit at a time, it works wonders. So Skittles, for example. I have a 5 and a 6-year-old, beautiful children. If I give them a bag of Skittles that are like a pound, they'll start eating. They'll grab them and be like, yes, and they'll just gorge on the Skittles. By the time they're halfway in the bag, they're like, I don't want any more. And it's not only because they're full. Their reward system is like, okay, we're getting too much reward, too much sugar. It's not, eventually it gets to the point where it's like, I don't need any more. Now, imagine I did this to my kids. Every 2 minutes, I give each one a Skittle. I could probably give them a Skittle every 2 minutes for the next 5 hours. Or every 5 minutes or every 10 minutes. I can be all day. I'm like, every time you see the clock say 10 minutes or the needle moves to the next 10 minutes, you can come and take one Skittle each. I guarantee you they will come every 10 minutes running to us and be like, Skittle, please. Skittle, please. Why? Because they're small little bursts. And that's exactly what's happening with iPhones and social media. You're getting small little bursts, unless you work in the Tai Lopez company, where the phone rings, and you can ask all my personal friends and family. You see right here, actually. I'm going to put this down. This is how many messages I have received in the past 30 minutes. Let's see. In the past 30 minutes, that's how many messages I have received from the company. Well, tell you what. See, that's overwhelming. I am not excited to look at my phone like most people at dinner want to see who's texting them and who posted, because it's so much, it's so overwhelming that I'm like, this is annoying. And it's not only annoying for me, it's annoying for the family. So going back to this, if you want to be successful, you need to take control of these kind of things. You do not want You do not want eye craving. You do not want to always be thinking, because then you lose focus. And you know, it takes so much time. It takes so much time for you to regain that focus. There's a great book called Brain Rules by John Medina. I highly recommend it. I'll write it here. Brain Rules. And there is a chapter and it's John Medina, J. Medina. And then there is one that's called Baby Rules. It's pretty cool too. For those of you who have young children and want to learn more about how to deal with them, get the John Medina Baby Rules. Okay. Now back to dopamine a little bit. And again, I'm not going to go in details with everything because I want to give you guys a whole bunch of different stuff. I have so much to teach you guys today. It's kind of exciting. The power of sex. Now, this is the first time I read about this was in 2006. I was on a bus in New York. I was doing my PhD at Mount Sinai Medical School before I transferred to North Carolina. And it's kind of a bad story in a sense because I committed theft, but it was for good cause because here I am right now because of that book. I was dating a girl that was the babysitter of, what was it, Michael Jordan's kids or something like that. It was some very big, it was Michael Jordan. So one time she had to house it, so she invited me to her house. And I go to the house, and I start walking around, obviously a huge mansion, gorgeous, and I go to the library. They had this huge library that was awesome. I'm like, oh my God, this is so cool. It's like these people are not just sport people, they're educated people. And they had so many books, and I started walking around. I'm like, what kind of books? And I saw a section that was all like self-help, and I had never read books like that. I mean, all my life I've been studying chemistry and biology and this, and it's all science. I'm like, what is these kind of books? So I started reading the titles, and there's one that caught my attention, which you all know, called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. I'm like, oh, this is a cool book. It looks cool. I started reading a little bit about it. I'm like, so I stole the book. So that was my theft. And I shouldn't have done that, but I'm like, I need this book. I was a student. I didn't have any money. So I'm like, I'm going to take this book. I didn't tell my girlfriend I took it. And I'm like, I don't think they're going to miss it. They have thousands of books here. And it was cool. See, I grew up in an environment like that, too. My dad always had a library full of books. And every time he wanted me to learn something, it's funny. Sometimes I used to get mad at him because I would say, Dad, can you teach me how to... I remember there was a software before Word ever came out, by the way, for you youngsters, there was a software called Symphony. And Symphony was the precursor, you could say, of Word and writing software. And I had a PC, one of the first PCs, you know, when they started coming out in the 80s. This was 1983, I believe. And I remember I'm like, can you teach me how to write on the computer? My dad's like, you see right there at that library? There's a book that's called Symphony Writing Techniques or whatever. Go read it. And every time I needed something, my dad would be like, you see that library over there? There's a book that talks about XYZ. Go read it. All the time. And I hated that. I'm like, Dad, but you could, if you sit down with me for 5 minutes. But he got me in the habit of reading, which was good. And I was 83. I was like 8 years old. Where was I going with this? Oh, so I grew up also in an environment where I loved books. So when I went to this house, I'm like, I understood the value of books. So I started looking at books. So I stole the book. So here I am on a bus. I'm riding down in this bus. I'm reading this book. And there's a chapter called Sex Transmutation. I'm like, what the hell is that? Because it's talking about, you know, and by the way, the Think and Grow Rich is one of the first books. It was written in 1937. It's one of the first books ever written on self-help. And if you read any book right now in the industry, unless it's new science and stuff, the principles in that book still hold today. A lot of the stuff, and the cool thing about that book too is that all his subjects were like Thomas Edison and Ford and all these older guys that they're all dead now. And what he did is he studied their behaviors and saw what they did and wrote a book, and it's like, this is what I'm going to give the world. So anyway, so I got into this sex transmutation book, and it's almost one of the few books that I've read till today that really talks about the power of sex to harness it and translate that into success. Um, success, yes, into success. And till today, it's hard. It's very hard. Think how powerful sex is. And I'm going to give you, that's why I wrote Tiger Woods here. Imagine you have $200 million in your bank account. You're married. You have 5 beautiful children. You have a career. You're like the CEO of this big company. You have a maid, right? You're everything. This beautiful coworker comes to play. You get attracted to her. Things happen, and you only do something once. You're like, you couldn't hold yourself because your brain is so weak, because we're evolutionarily trained to be weak when it comes to sex, that you cheat. And somehow it becomes a public scandal. Your wife finds out. The world finds out. Now what happens? So you have, I'm going to put this on a chart for a perspective so you guys can see how important this is and how controlling the power of sex can change your life. So let's say you have $200 million. You have kids, say 3. You have a beautiful wife like mine. You have a reputation. You're the CEO of a top company. And by the way, this happened to the dean of Rockefeller University, if I'm not mistaken. It was the director of Rockefeller University. He cheated on his wife with a student, and he lost his job. But so anyways, so here you are, no cheat. And this is what happens when you cheat and you get caught, right? Now you have $100 million because your wife took half. Now you have half the time your kids, or less, because your wife is going to have custody. Now you have no wife. Maybe you'll have a lover. You have no reputation because everybody hates you now. And you get fired from your CEO position. So in the end, what's better, right? So how obvious is this? Are you willing? Now, this is all for, it could be, I'm going to tell you this much. It could be for as little as a 1-minute interaction. 1 minute of your life you can spend in the bathroom of your office with a lady or a man. 1 minute. And you can lose this. How much? I mean, when you put in those proportions, it's like 1 minute of my life, I'm going to lose. This is, so 1 minute, let's say this took you 30 years to achieve all that. And somebody could say, well, I still have $100 million. But forget it. For 1 minute, it could be 30 seconds. It could be where you're just like making out. You don't even have sex. You started making out and your wife walked in your office while you were making out and it became a scandal and you're like, God damn, it's just a kiss, right? And it's all, you know what it comes from? The power of sex. Those hormones, that dopamine, that rush, that uncontrollable sexual power. So now imagine you can harness, and this is what genius, Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill said. If you can harness the power, the thrive. People, and that's, okay, so that's one example. So Tiger Woods, that happened to Tiger Woods, and you hear that on the media. Some famous guy, cheated in this, and they lost everything. And Tiger Woods was one of the largest divorce settlements in the history of the world. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was like 600 million or 200 million, whatever. It doesn't matter, but it was one of the largest. Here's another thing that you can have from doing this, right? You can get a disease. So again, 1 minute of sexy time might get you a disease. That might get you killed. So here you go to X country. We're not going to give country names. I don't want people saying that I'm being... You go to X country. You have sex with a lady for 20 minutes. Prostitute, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. You have sex with her. you get AIDS, you get syphilis, you get whatever disease. Now you end up dead. Power of sex again. This one's crazy. I'm going to give you an example of a friend. We're not friends anymore, but this was a friend in school. He would spend about $400 a weekend, $400 to $600 a weekend at a strip club on strippers. And me and my friends would be like, what is wrong with you? He would fall in love with strippers, and he couldn't help it. He would lose so much money. He was always out of money. Not just that. I remember, I'm no saint in my life. I am very happily married now, but I was no saint when I was younger. You know, natural. It's part of evolution. It's part of how we're made. But I remember when I was dating multiple girls at once, and sorry for those who don't approve that, but again, I was young. I was young in school. I wasn't into getting married at the time, but I was dating multiple people. Not only was I more tired because I had to keep up with my lies, two, I had to work harder. I had to like run around to different places. Like, oh, today I have to go see this girl. Tomorrow I have to go see that girl. Tonight I have to see this other girl. Not only that, but the amount of money I was spending. I'm like, so imagine I have 3 dates lined up. 3 for this weekend. Let's say Saturday I have 2 dates. Sunday I have 1 date. Well, men usually pays. And I was raised in an environment where that's the case. Men have to pay for women. Well, now I had to pay for 3 freaking dinners. If I was dating only one girl, I could have gone out with her 3 times, but maybe not 3 meals. Maybe we could have gone to eat once and then go to a movie another day. So I was spending so much money, too, by multiple dating that I was like, this is stupid, okay? So, but it's all back to this, the power of sex. So what you guys have to do is gain that power, grab that energy, and convert it into successful energy. One of the ways to do it is become monogamous. Now, I know lots of you don't want to do that, but truly, it is one of the ways. It is truly one of the ways. You'll be able to gain more focus doing that. Okay, let's move to the next one. Next topic we're going to talk about is food. So now, some of you are like, what does this have to do with anything? All these things that I'm telling you will benefit you in the long run to be more successful in anything you do. Now, the talk today was, the psychology of business. So imagine, this is important because if you screw up, you might lose your business. Dopamine is important because if you don't know how to control it, you might get addicted to stuff. Being a good achiever is important. Yes. Business is important. Being an achiever is important because if not, you're not going to succeed. Food is important because if you're not healthy, you might not succeed. You might die. You might get diseases. So here I put one example just to give you just a little nugget of an example so that you understand how important food is. So there are these things called aromatic amino acids, and that's because they have an aromatic ring, and we're not going to get into chemistry right now, but anybody that wants to know, feel free to email me. I can give you more information. So there are some amino acids like tryptophan or phenylalanine. These are precursors of serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine. These are all chemicals in your brain that are involved in happy processes, you can say. So pleasure, serotonin is like your happy chemical. Norepinephrine is like adrenaline. Foods like asparagus and spinach and very green foods usually contain these amino acids. And they've shown scientifically, I'm not making anything up, you can go to PubMed and find out yourself, that people that have low levels of aromatic amino acids, specifically in some cases tryptophan and phenylalanine, have more mood swings and are more inclined to be depressed. So how crazy is that? Just by eating more spinach or asparagus, and maybe you don't want to eat spinach and asparagus. Maybe you don't like it, which I still highly recommend. I can give you, and like we said with Tai, we're going to come out with a health product that's going to talk a lot about these things. We're working on it, but I can talk for hours just about food and health and all that stuff. But maybe you take a supplement pill that has these amino acids. Take supplements. Watch what you eat. Learn how to read labels. It is so important, guys. There's so many things that people don't know. Know the difference between fats and what's a saturated fat and an unsaturated fat. Everything influences your brain as well, okay? And you know, now scientists are discovering that we have a second brain in our gut. And what that means is a lot of the microbiome that's in your gut, you know, is influencing the way your brain reacts to things. So if you eat stuff that puts out of whack all the bacteria in your stomach, it might influence your decision making, it might influence your mood, it might influence the way you process other chemicals in your brain or your body, and it's going to make you unhealthier. Sugar. And I wrote here VIP and bad, because it's both. Without sugar, you would die, basically, because sugar is kind of the coin of your body. It's what produces the energy, which what helps produce the energy, mainly in the form of glucose. There's lots of different sugars, and this is the glucose is a simple carbohydrate. Now, why is it bad? Because if you overdo it, which is what's happening in America, with the whole, you know, obesity epidemics, and I don't know if you know, guys, but there is 40 million Americans in the U.S. are overweight. Are obese. I'm sorry, obese. 40 million. What's the population of the U.S.? Is it 380 million? So say 400 million. That's like 10%. 10% of the 318. More than 10%. It's about 12, 13% of people in the U.S. are obese. Obese. I'm not talking about overweight. I'm talking about obese, which means it's like you're sick now. Okay? That's too much. And yet you know, and this is for you parents, 25% of children are obese now. 25%. To me, that should be a crime. I should be able to go to a lady and be like, you should be punished for letting your kid get to where he is. And now some people are going to say, oh, but it's genetics. No, it's not genetics. There is some genetics. Don't get me wrong. Yes. So if you have a leptin deficiency, you know, gene, you might be obese, and there's nothing, you know, not that there's nothing you can do, but those people are excused. The rest of us are not excused. Tai always teases me, I have a little belly. You can kind of, you know, when I stick it out, you have a little belly. So I'm guilty too. Fortunately, I'm not obese. I might be borderline overweight sometimes, but I'm working on it. And everybody should be working on it. So there's no excuse. There's no genetics. It's what you eat. It's what you bring home. It's what you buy. Most of the processed foods are not good for you. A lot of sugar. Why? Sugar is bad mainly because you can become diabetic. And once you become diabetic, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that will happen to your body. You will deteriorate, you know, and cause you to die or die prematurely. You don't want that. And it's all about eating healthier. I don't believe in diets. Some people ask me, it's like, what's the best diet? Zero. No diet. No diet. What I believe, and here's where I'm going with this, is in change of habits. You have to change your freaking habits. If you don't change your habits, you know what happens with diets? Most people start a diet, and I guarantee you, you know, we have thousands of people on the call right now, and I guarantee you, at least 20% of you are in a diet right now, and at least 50% of you here have been part of a diet that you're not longer doing anymore. The problem with diets is that it creates a rebound effect. So you start, let's say, you're used to eating chocolate all day. You eat chocolate every day. Now you decided, I'm going to start this Atkins diet or whichever diet, the paleo diet, any diet you pick. So what you do is like, I'm not going to eat chocolate anymore because my diet says I can't eat chocolate. And I'm not going to drink Coke. And I'm not going to do this. And I'm not going to eat sugar. And I'm not going to eat fat. And I'm not going to eat meat. And I'm not going to eat on and on. And then what happens is eventually your body craves it. Okay? It's part of your body to want things that it likes. And if you're used to doing it, if you're used to having it, your body can go on withdrawal. And it might not be a withdrawal like when you're taking drugs, but but you still have some sort of withdrawal. My wife's not going to like that I'm going to say this, but yesterday she's on this diet. She's working out. She's fit and working out every day and blah, blah, blah. And yesterday night, I brought a box of chocolates that John DeWar, our friend in North Carolina, sent me for Christmas. Thank you very much, John, because I think you're watching. And she eats one, and then at night she's like, oh, man, I ate 4. She could not help it. She ate 4 chocolates. And I told her, you know why you ate 4 chocolates? Because you're depriving yourself from eating chocolate all day, every day, because of this diet you're doing now. And now you ate 1, and your brain went, yes, chocolate, thank you. No, eat once in a while. It's okay to eat a piece of chocolate. You're not going to die. You're not going to get obese if you eat a little piece of chocolate. You're not going to die if you drink a Coke once in a while. I'm going to tell you my personal story. I used to drink Coca-Cola every day. And is Zach here? No. If you can ask Zach, Ty, my wife, any of my friends, my order was Coke, no ice. That was my order. Every lunch and dinner, I would go out. It would be Coke, no ice. What do you want to drink? Coke, no ice. Coke, no ice. Coke, no ice. So I was kind of addicted to Coca-Cola. My mom, by the way, is extremely addicted to Coca-Cola. Ever since I have reasoning skills, which is about 3 years ago, she drinks Coca-Cola for anything. She'll take pills with Coca-Cola. She won't drink water. She won't drink milk. She doesn't drink alcohol. She doesn't drink anything but Coca-Cola. She doesn't realize how bad it is. She's hard-headed. She doesn't listen to us. But it's bad. But anyways, Coke no ice. What did I do? I didn't say one day, from today on, I'm never going to drink Coca-Cola. What I did is, so I used to drink 2 times a day. So let's say 2 times a day. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm drinking Coca-Cola. So what I did next is I said, you know what? I'm going to start drinking once a day. Okay, I'm fine. And I did it for like 2 weeks, you could say. Then I said, I'm going to drink every other day. Then I said, I'm going to only drink on the weekends Coca-Cola, once or twice on a weekend. And guess what? Now, the last time I drank Coke, I am ashamed of saying this, but it was last night. But before last night was about a month ago. And last night I had Coke because I have some friends from North Carolina visiting. And they were ordering Coke. So I'm like, what the heck? I'll go order a Coke. But you know what? I don't feel guilty because I drank another Coke last night. Because my body doesn't need anymore. It doesn't crave it. It's not like, I need a Coke right now. Please give me a Coke. No, it doesn't happen. I have, somebody just told me a story about Coke too. And Coca-Cola we're talking. And same thing. This person was drinking Coca-Cola. She cut it all of a sudden. And she started getting, there's something happened to the top video, guys, to the top monitor. She stopped drinking Coca-Cola. She was getting headaches because she wasn't drinking Coca-Cola. Look, that's addiction to its fullest. So eventually what she did, she started slowly changing her habit. So my point here is change your habit. That is the best diet you can do. If you're eating chocolate every day or eating chips, or who was talking to? I was talking to somebody yesterday that was telling me that every morning. On their plane, we were in Vegas for a convention, and on our way back, I sat down with 2 interesting ladies. They were Mary Kay sales ladies, and one was saying that every morning she has to have her cafe latte with a donut, I think it was. I'm like, well, that's not very good for you, but don't just cut it off. Start doing slow, change of habits. You need to change habits. Now, this is for anything you do. If you're used to doing stuff that are not healthy for you or it's not good for you, don't stop from one day to the next. It's hard. And almost any psychologist will tell you the same. They will tell you, change the habit. Don't just stop it. When you go to a clinic because you are, let's say, a crack addict, they don't take away the crack immediately. They start giving you smaller and smaller doses of drugs until eventually they eliminate it because they know you can get rebound and withdrawal effects, which are bad. So I hope I made my point clear. Food is important. You can see how just 2 little things can affect your mood and depression states. Imagine how much more stuff that I'm not telling you right now I can tell you about food and eating healthy and so I didn't talk about exercising, but just so you know, guys, exercising, super good effect on your brain. You need to exercise. Oh, hold on one second. Whatever. So I call McDonald's the Jedi Master because this is what McDonald's does. They're geniuses. So remember, every big company out there, McDonald's, whether it's Microsoft, Google, anybody that's big, think of this, especially the food companies. They have. This is not working. Oh. They have something that most of us don't have. They have a huge budget to spend money on researchers to do whatever they want, to find out whatever they want. That's why in some of my talks, when I talk about persuasion, I tell people, imitate the big dogs. And Tai is a big believer of this as well. Do what the big guys are doing. Why? Because they're doing it. Because they know it works. Because they spend millions of dollars in research and development trying to figure out that blue is the best color to put on their logo for whatever reason. If you look at the logos of McDonald's and all the fast foods, they're red and yellow because they know that red and yellow activate your brain in a certain way that makes you anxious and makes you want to eat. So if you have a fast food chain company, what are you going to do your logo? Are you going to make it pink, blue, and green? No, you're going to make it yellow and red because that's what works for them. And if somebody comes up with better research and it's like, it's this tone of red and this tone of yellow, then you change it to that tone of red and tone of yellow. So McDonald's is a Jedi Master. And why is it a Jedi Master? Because they know they play with 4 things. Sugar, number 1. Every single product in McDonald's. Now, I don't know the new ones, the supposed to be healthy ones. Every single food product, even their hamburgers, have sugar in it. And they know that sugar causes addiction. All their foods have high calories. And why is that important? See, we come from, evolutionarily speaking, back in the time, high-calorie foods were very scarce for us to find. Scarce or scarce? Whatever. You understand what I'm saying. So they were hard to find. So what happened is our brains, every time, like let's say you find honey, you will devour honey because it's like you knew that one time you find it, it was not going to be available again. Every time you found something that was high calories, you would consume it a lot because you knew it wasn't going to be available next time or till next season or whatever it is. So our brains develop a sense of high calories, we need to eat. Well, what happens in the modern world now? We can create and control all these high calories. Right now, you can get tomatoes all season. You can get every fruit every season. You can get every meat every season. You can do everything every season. And on top of that, we're adding all these fats and artificial sweeteners and et cetera, and they become very high calorie foods. But our brains, because it takes thousands and thousands of years for our brains to make little tweaks in our behavior, right now we're still on high alert. We're still thinking, ooh, high calories. I might not get this, next, so I might as well eat it all now. And then the next day is the same thing. And then even a few hours later, oh, I better eat all this ice cream because it might be gone, next. Your brain doesn't understand that. It's kind of like the way condoms work. The reason why condoms are efficient right now, I guarantee you, I won't be here to live it to say I was right, but 1,000 years from now, condoms will not have an effect in our brains. I mean, they will have an effect, a negative effect, meaning you're not going to be able to have sex. You might not have an erection or something when you're wearing a condom because your brain is going to know. It's like, hey, you're cheating me. You're not really making babies right now, so I don't need to work on this. So same thing with foods, okay? So sugar, high calories, they have another thing called speed. And think of this. What does your brain prefer? To go home, open your refrigerator, take your vegetables, chop them up, pull your pan out, put your food, cook it, season it, take it out, and then you sit down and eat? Or when you're hungry, your brain prefers to go to a window, say, I want this, and less than 3 minutes later, you have a bag of food. And the answer is, that's what it prefers. It prefers a drive-throughs. And McDonald's knows this. McDonald's knows the faster they can give you the food, the more likely your brain is going to say, go to McDonald's because it's faster. And finally, memorable. They did studies on kids, and they showed that if you give a kid a hamburger without the Happy Meal box or a hamburger with the Happy Meal box, they're more likely to want that hamburger and like the hamburger more if it's in the Happy Meal box. So they create memorable things for kids as well, so they come back. Yes. Yeah. Okay, good. Good thing I prepared a long one today. So, let's go. Okay, so again, Jedi Master, McDonald's is great, and they know this. Now, this is what I tell you guys. Now you know it. You know how you can be tricked and how your brain can be cheated to do certain things and alter and affect your behavior. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to sleep, okay? Sleep, also very important. And notice I'm touching a lot of different you can almost say it's random, but they're not. They're all related to the psychology of your persona. All these things, if you take control of all these things, if you do things right, you will be more successful. I can guarantee that, okay? Sleeping is very important. You know, sleeping is the thing that we do the most, in our lives. So as an activity, there's tons of, so we spend 10% of time in our life eating. We spend X percent of time, talking to people. We spend X amount of time working. Well, guess what? Sleeping, we spend almost as much time as working. Average person sleeps 8 hours a day. Okay, so that's 33% of your life on a 24-hour day, 33% of your life. And somebody like me needs a little more. I need usually 9 hours, 10, maybe 11. Most people spend 33 to 40% of their time, some less, but in general, 33% of the time sleeping. What does that tell you? Why? It's so funny. Now, the thing that people sacrifice the most is sleep. It's like, if I can't sleep enough, that's okay. I need to go to work, or I need to do this. But then I won't sleep enough. I'll sleep 5 hours. I'll sleep 3 hours. I won't sleep today. I'll sleep tomorrow. It never, people never sit down and think. It's like, why do we sleep that much? There must be a reason why the body says you need to sleep that much. If sleep wasn't that important, if we were like horses, I think horses need to sleep like 2 hours a day, and they sleep standing up. And the rest of the day, so the 22 hours are awake. I wish we were like horses. But there's a reason. We need sleep. We need sleep. And I know that sounds obvious, but there's lots of reasons why you need sleep. If you don't sleep enough, you lose focus, you lose productivity. There's tons of experiments showing, how. So my biggest advice on sleep, and my nephew, I wish he was here, but he's not. He works for the company now. My nephew is used to, he's like, he had like a little clocky thing. He's like, I wake up at 8:30 and I go to bed at this time and da-da-da. But he was always tired. I'm like, why are you still always tired? You're such a little robot with your timing, but yet you're tired. And I told him, do an experiment. He was out of school, he's like helping me out in my businesses in North Carolina. And I'm like, excuse me, I need a little bit of water. Let's Do an experiment, okay? From now on, for this whole week, don't worry about what time you wake up. I'm going to take you to work at whatever time. Whenever you're up and I'm up, we'll go to work. So sleep as much as you need. And wake up. Whenever you wake up where you feel your body's like, okay, I'm awake now. I really can't really fall asleep. That's when you get up. And at night, the same thing. Just be alert. You play video games. Do whatever you need to do until you reach that point at night where you're like, okay, my body is ready to sleep. So he did that for a week. That whole week, he was never tired. Now, the first few days, he slept longer than 8 hours. He slept about 9, 10 hours. The rest of the days, he started back to a normal 8.5 hour schedule. What was happening is he was always lacking. He was always waking up. He always said, oh, I need 7 hours. But the truth is, no, he needed 8.5 hours. So now he understands that, and now he got into the habit. It's like, I'm going to sleep until I need to sleep, you know? Now, a lot of you are going to say, well, I have a schedule, and I have kids, and I have that. Yes, it's hard for a lot of you. You could say I'm lucky because I can set my own times. I've always set my own times, so I can practice this every single day of my life. Unless, of course, I have something special to do. Once in a while, you have to get up earlier. Once in a while, you have to change your habit. But something that my wife does, something that Tai does, something that a lot of people do, they take naps. I'm not a big napper. I don't feel I need it, but some people do. Napping is good. I think it was, I don't remember the statistics exactly, but it was something like 20 or 40% increase in productivity when people took 20-minute naps throughout the day. That is crazy. You can imagine, let's say that 40% productivity of people produces 10% more bottom line revenue in your company. That's a lot of money for letting people sleep 20 minutes. So by the way, at the Knowledge Society, we have sleeping rooms. So people in the afternoon, if they're sleepy, we let them sleep. If you go to Google, they have sleeping pods. All the big companies that understand how we work as humans know that it's necessary. My wife, usually she's a dentist, so she has a very busy and tiring work. What she does at lunchtime, she has an hour lunch. She usually takes her own meal, but if she goes out and she gets her food, she'll eat for 30 minutes, and the other 30 minutes she takes a nap in the car. And she feels so refreshed. She loves it, you know? And I recommend people do that. So if you don't have the time, it re-energizes you. And not only that, research shows that it helps consolidate memories. So everything you've been learning during the day, you go to sleep, your memories get consolidated at night. It's, you know, it helps with long-term potentiation in your brain, or LTP. Okay, so talked about food, sleeping habits. So as you can see, exercise. I didn't talk much about exercise, but exercise is a must too. Okay, so now we're going to talk about emotional IQ. There is a difference between regular intelligent IQ, you can say, and emotional IQ. Most successful people have a very good emotional IQ. And I know a lot of you are posting questions. Don't worry, I'm going to get to them. I'm trying to get through this stuff. We have a little more, and then we can go back and or maybe I should take some of these questions before I move to the next topic. How can you hack your bio like a horse, to be like a horse? Well, you know, there's a system. I wanted to try this, but I ended up not doing it. See, as much as I like sleeping, I hate sleeping. And the reason why I hate sleeping is not because I hate sleeping because I feel I'm wasting 10 hours or 9 or however many I'm sleeping that day. It's like, I wish we didn't have to. It's like eating. I wish we didn't have to eat. I wish there was a thing like a drink. I wish there was just a drink that you can drink every day, and that's all the food and nutrients you need, you know, so that you didn't waste time and I can do other stuff. Even though eating has its social components. Like we love eating with our children at night. In the table, we don't have TV, nothing. It's just family time. I recommend people do that too. It creates a lot more bonds and better relationships with your children. But it is very important. I lost my train of thought. Anyways, emotional IQ. It is very important. Why? Intelligence, you can measure intelligence in a certain way, but whoever has emotional IQ, whoever, oh no, I know what I was talking about. I'm sorry. We're talking about horses. We're talking about, I wish you didn't sleep. So the reason why there is a thing called polyphasic sleep cycles. I'll write it down here for those who are interested. It's a real thing. It's been tested. People do it. I'll write it here. Polyphasic sleep cycles. And what that does is these people figure out a way. So there's only a certain part of your sleep, your REM sleep is the one that's really important. And what they do is they sleep about 3 hours a day. So there you go. You could be kind of like a horse. And I would Google it so you can see exactly how people do it. The first few weeks of trying to do it, it's a nightmare. It's very hard because you have to train your brain to do it. Sorry, I'm leaving the camera. But once you get used to it, and the only problem, this is the only reason why I've never done it, because I'm like, man, 21 hours of doing stuff, that sounds very appetizing to me. But the problem is that once you set your polyphasic cycles, you cannot disrupt them. So if your cycle is you're supposed to take a nap from 7 to 7:30, you have to take that nap at 7:30. So you can't have a meeting. You can't go to a movie. You have to. The minute you start disrupting it, you have to retrain the cycle again. So this is kind of good for people that live, in a farm, that they never really have, outside activities, or somebody that's a very, let's say you're a computer guy that never leaves your house. You're very into your stuff. You're not a very social person. I mean, anybody can do it, don't get me wrong. But you have to adapt to the point, or it has to be somebody, let's say you own your own company and you're going to set everything up so that you're not required to be at a meeting at 7. Or if a meeting goes longer, you're like, I'm sorry, I have to stop it. I have to go to bed. And then what happens is your brain learns how to fall asleep within a minute. Normally, we take a few minutes, 10, 20 minutes. We fall into these deep cycles until we fall into the deep state, which is the one we need to survive. So with this, you train to go straight to this deep cycle, and you can sleep, you have to sleep about 6 times a day, 30 minutes each, which comes up to 3 hours. So that's one way of being like a horse, like somebody asked. You won't need a nap after 11 hours of sleep. That is correct. Unless after your nap, you did something extremely strenuous, then you might need it again. And some people might need more. I'm going to say this much. There's certain people that need only 5-6 hours of sleep. My mom was one of them. I don't know now if she sleeps a little more. As you get older, you start sleeping more again. And then some people need 10 and some people need 8. So you are the judge of that. Don't let an alarm clock dictate that for you. Any more questions about sleep, food? Very informative, by the way. Thank you. I'm glad you're liking. Keep going. Are you ever afraid in general? How do you deal with fear and take action? I'd like that question. There's a book by Dale Carnegie. What's the name? It's about fear that I read. And that, by the way, that book, can you find a book? It's about fear or worry. It's about worry or fear. The top book. That one. See? Tai thinks alike. Go up. Oh, this one, whatever. How to Stop Worrying and Start Living by Dale Carnegie. Great book. I read it many years ago. And believe it or not, just like the other book I was telling you about, Think and Grow Rich from Carnegie Hill. It's funny, right? One's Dale Carnegie, the other one's Carnegie Hill. Which was kind of changed my life. The Dale Carnegie book was great too. It changed my life in the sense after this book, I really wasn't scared about anything. You know, when it comes to investment, when it comes to making changes in life, you know, me and my wife just moved down here. I've been coming back and forward since August, but my family's finally here with my kids, and it took us 2 conversations to say, let's go to California. And we're like, okay. My wife's like, yeah, sure. Sounds great. Good opportunity. Why not? We'll do it. And part of it was this book. What I started doing is, and I'll give you the basic premise of this book. What you have to do is start looking back. Okay? So you look back and you're like, what's the worst that can happen? So let's put this here. What's the worst that can happen to me? And anybody watching, the worst that can happen to a human being almost. Now, some mothers sometimes tell me something else, that they rather die than see their children die. So I guess that's a good one. But in general, the worst thing that can happen to a human being is dying. All right? So you go from there and you work a framework back to happy. Okay? And how you work this is the following. And like I said, when I tell people that's the word I can have die, you know, yes, your children suffering or whatever, it's probably worse than you dying, but let's use that as a premise. So let's say coming to California. So I go, what's the worst that can happen to me if I go to California? Am I going to die? No. So I go to the next framework. Am I going to be poor? No. Are my children not going to be able to go to school? No. Is my wife and my family going to be unhappy? No. Do I have a chance of not making it yet there? Yes. I have a chance of not succeeding here. Is that going to kill me? Is that going to make me like, you know, no. And you keep going backwards. And it's awesome. It's an awesome technique because every time I want to make a decision like that, like a big decision in life, I say, what's the worst that can happen to me? Let's say it's an investment. For, you know, a lot of you are wanting to hear a lot of business stuff. And by the way, for those of you who know me, I do own a few businesses, so if you have business questions, you can ask me as well. I might not know as much as Tai, but I know enough. So let's say you want to do an investment, and this happened to me. I'll tell you an example where things went to SHIT, where let's say I invested $150,000. I bought some damn TVs, and I exported them to Argentina. Right? And that good no person, you know, and any word you can think of, stole all my money. He stole all the TVs, sold them, and never gave me a penny. So I lost $150,000. But before I lost $150,000, my framework was this. What's the worst that can happen if I invest $150,000? And your answer is you can lose the $150,000. Right? If I lose the $150,000, what's the worst that can happen? Well, I had my own money. It was like $70K or 80, I think. And then $70,000 was borrowed. Well, now I owe people $70,000. And I lost $80,000. Is that the worst that can happen? So then my next question is that going to make me poor? No, it didn't make me poor. Is it going to ruin my life? A little bit. You can say it kind of ruined my life a little bit because it was kind of when I was just starting business. I was getting excited and making money. So it really set me back. Is it going to set me back? Yes, it's going to set me back. Is it going to set me back to the point where I'll never do business again? This was terrible. I wish I never did this. No. So should I do the investment? Why not? Yes. And of course, I lost it all. And here I am. And nothing happened. Yes, Me and my wife were stressed, and it was not a happy scenario. And I wanted to go down to Argentina and rip his throat. And I was super angry, but I got up on my feet and went back again. So when you look at anything you do, if it's an investment, start going back and be like, what is the worst that can happen? So to answer your question, how do I deal with fear? Well, that's one damn good effective way. So read that book. It's very, very good. The book, somebody asking, what was that book again? It's How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. So it's stop worrying and start living. Don't worry too much. What's the worst that can happen to you? You lose your girlfriend. You get a divorce. You lose all your money. You lost your car. You have to start eating healthy again. There's a million scenarios that can happen that can change, that you can really, to help you determine, should I do this or not? Don't be scared. People that are scared are not, there's very risk takers and there's very scary people. You don't want both extremes. You could be in the middle. And majority of the world, believe it or not, is right in the middle. Okay. Top things to consider when making a life-changing decision or a job. What I just told you, that's one of the things to consider is like, what's the word? Okay, so let's say in the same scenario, this is my job. I'm in this job. I'm going to change jobs. What's the worst that can happen? Well, I'm going to have to quit this job. What's the worst that can happen? I start my new job and I hate it. What's the worst that can happen? I can't get my job back again because now I quit this one. What's the worst that can happen? I'm not going to make enough money to survive. What's the worst that can happen? I have to look for another job. What's the worst that can happen? So you go backwards and you'll know that eventually you are going to find another job. Most people that are homeless by choice or because they have a disease. You know that 50% of homeless people in New York, I was in Mount Sinai Medical School, and we had a huge, I'm lost. We had a huge, is Ty coming? We had a huge, department for people with schizophrenia. Majority of homeless people were schizophrenic. It wasn't that, most people, if you can walk, talk and have an okay social skill, you're going to get a job. And it's up to you to do it good, okay? All right, so now I answer some questions. Let's go back at this again. Emotional IQ. Let's talk about emotional IQ. Emotional IQ is very important because that's what, and here's the definition, is to be able to perceive, control, and monitor your own and other people's emotions and use that to guide behavior. Now, you can do this and be tricky about it. So like the sleazy car dealership guy that I always talk about might be guiding the behavior in a wrong way that's going to eventually rub you the wrong way, and that's not going to get you happy brownie points. But you can, if you're a master of this, you will be a master of dealing with people, and you'll be a lot more successful, guaranteed, okay? And one of the things that are most important in emotional IQ is, here are the 5 main things that I think are important for emotional IQ. Self-awareness. You have to be self-aware of yourself. You have to know who you are, how you react, how you control yourself. You have to be able to perceive the other person and be empathetic. Empathetic listening is one of the first steps to be successful in relationships. Any sales guy that is empathetic when listening will have way more sales than a guy that's not. You have to understand. You have to understand where they're coming from, what they're saying. Then, reasoning and control. You have to make sense of what's going on, that conversation, that situation, and take control of it. You have to take control of your situation, and then you manage. That's how you manage, and you dictate behavior. So, I'm going to give you an example, an email. For example, this is what I do. So this is an example of emotional IQ and how I take control of certain things. So when I'm angry, let's say, I don't know, somebody pisses me off. A friend of mine pisses me off. And I go there, and normally people will be like, they show up and they start yelling. It's like, you mother, blah, 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 you did this, and blah, blah, blah. And now the other person becomes agitated, and they all start yelling at each other. And it's a bad situation. So what I do now, a lot of times, and I know my wife is watching, she'd be like, no, he doesn't. Sometimes you just can't. But what I do is I write an email. And I write it exactly how am I feeling. You mother blah, 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 and you did this, and I'm never going to buy from you or whatever. You screwed me. Da, 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 da. You say it all. Do not click send. Do not send. So I never click send. I write it. I say everything I feel. A few hours later, I look at it. I read it when I'm calmed down, when my reptilian brain decided to calm down and my rational brain decided to become available. I go and read it again. I'm like, ooh, I'm kind of very aggressive in this email. So I start changing words. So now I take the shit words and the F words and I change them for you did this to me. And I start tweaking the conversation, and I'm like, I make it less aggressive. And then I wait till the next day. If the next day I still feel that person should know what I wrote, I click send. But it's been corrected now, so it's not so aggressive. If I feel, who cares about this, or whatever I decide that's not the case, then I stop and I don't send it. And that's it. And I completely controlled myself. I was self-aware that I'm pissed, and I understand that my brain is going through a tough time. Now, when you have the person in front of you, it's harder. That's why sometimes, say with my wife, we're there, and it's hard to control yourself. So what I do sometimes, I tell my wife, I don't want to talk right now, and I try to leave, So, and that helps too. So understanding. So here are some steps of how to increase your emotional IQ. Don't judge people. Don't be judgmental all the time. Not everybody is X or is Y. Okay, not because they look like this, they're going to do this, or because they look like that. Be open-minded. Be like, hey, I'm going to give this person a fair chance. Be empathetic. Like I said, this is very important. Put yourself in their shoes. Try to understand what they're saying, what they're coming from. Be confident, but humble, okay? Confidence is very important. You need to be confident if you want to succeed. Evaluate yourself all the time. It's like, am I being too aggressive? Am I not doing this right? Should I say this? Am I not understanding this person? Am I not getting the point? So self-evaluate yourself. Practice that. I highly recommend you people write down this list. And then next time you have a conversation with somebody, practice these things. Just practice them, because then eventually they become ingrained in your brain. Kind of like when I get pissed, I write it, and then now it's almost natural. I just go and write it, and I know I'm going to modify what I wrote. I know it. Apologize. And this is very hard for everybody, including me. I don't always apologize. And sometimes it's hard. You're mad. But if you really find that you were wrong, eventually, maybe you're not going to apologize right then and there. But later on, you're like, you know what? I am sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Or I shouldn't have done that. Analyze the results. Analyze everything. Say, okay, I did this, this, and this is what happened. Not good. Next time I need to do that. Or, I did this and this and this, and this was awesome. So next time I'm going to repeat that. Okay? And that goes, some of you have been in one of my talks where I talk about the decision-making chart. This is one of those things. And then flexibility. Be flexible. Everybody is different. Not everybody is the same. All humans are different. As much as you want to think that some people are just like you, even them, they're different. There are different things. There's epigenetic factors. There are cultural factors. There's millions of factors that influence the way people are. So be flexible. Don't be so rigid. Don't expect, because everybody is like that, the one time this person comes, it's not like that. Be flexible. Okay? And I'm going to end my talk with, persuasion. And I am going to talk about persuasion in New York. So I'm going to talk a little bit here. So for those of you who are interested, For those of you who are interested, I will briefly talk about this, and then I'm going to start taking questions and talk about answering questions for you guys. So persuasion. In order to be a good salesperson, you need to be, and not only a salesperson, a good parent, a good anything. Being persuasive and understanding persuasion, it's extremely important. It's very good because you can dictate, you can help your sale, you can help your relationship. The problem with persuasion is if people can use it in the wrong way to cheat you, to control you, to Jedi mind trick you. So don't, if you're good at persuading people, try not to do that. The other good thing about understanding persuasion is if you understand persuasion, you understand when somebody's doing stuff to you. And the last event, it was funny. I had just finished my talk about persuasion. And I got off the stage, and this guy comes up to me and is like, oh, hey, Dr. Herman, blah, 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 and starts talking to me. He's like, can I have your phone number? Zach and Maya have given me their phone number already. And it's so funny. And I look at him, I'm like, you know who you're talking to, right? It's like you're trying to use a persuasive technique that's not going to work for me. But he tried, and he laughs. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm sorry, But he tried. It's like, he was using a bias, I think it's a continuity bias where it's like these people did this, so and you know them and they're good, so that means I'm good, so I should get your email too. And I said, I'm going to give you my email. I have no problem, but be careful, when you use persuasive techniques, especially if somebody understands persuasion the way I do. But it was funny. So you can understand. So it is in my benefit. Now, if I didn't understand persuasion, I don't know anything about persuasion, I'm like, my brain might have gone, oh, yeah, if Maya and Zach gave him the email, that means he might be a cool guy that I can give my email to. That's kind of the train of thought. So it is very important. You might not take advantage of persuasion yourself to persuade people because you might not be a persuader, but you can use it to understand when somebody's persuading you, especially when you go buy a car or when you buy a house or in a realtor or in a business situation, in the bank, whatever, trying to figure out a home rate. So, very important. Now, there's hundreds of cognitive biases. And cognitive biases are, I call them, farts in our brains, It's like, so it is very important to understand the different cognitive biases. And again, if you come to the New York talk, I will talk about a lot of the cognitive biases like, scarcity and anchoring. So anchoring, for example, just to give you an example of how a cognitive bias works. So let's say I have 3 products. I have product A, product B, product C. And I say this product is worth $49. And you get this, this, and this. This one is worth $120, and you get this, 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 and this. And this one's worth $200, and it's this, 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 same thing, and one more. Well, this is called anchoring. I'm anchoring. The real price that I want you to get is this one. You're not going to probably get this one because you're like, it's too cheap. I'm not getting much of my money. It's worth. You're not going to get this one because it's too expensive for the price difference. And what I'm doing by setting this $200 price is I'm making this one look very appetizing. So it's a very common e-commerce technique and store technique. You know where you see that a lot? How many of you, and I know eBay is not as popular as it used to be, but you got product A, let's say it's a pair of glasses, and it says bid now for, and the bid is going at $13, right? Live on Periscope. 3, 2, 1. What's up, guys? Sorry, here in Ty's house, giving to talk about the psychology of everything. You could say we're talking about many different topics on psychology and how to be more successful in your business using different kinds of techniques, understanding health, nutrition, and you missed most of my talk, but it's okay. So welcome everybody from Periscope, and now this is Meerkat. Is it live, Meerkat 2? So Meerkat, welcome everybody. My name is Herman. I'm a doctor in neuroscience, for those of you who don't know me, and Tai hopefully will be here shortly. He is sick today for the first time in the history of sickness. He usually doesn't get sick, but he'll be here live joining us shortly, I hope, because I'm sure a lot of you are anxiously waiting for him. So we're talking about persuasion. We talked about a lot of stuff, and particularly now we're talking about some cognitive biases, and I'm going over anchoring bias, and I'm giving an example like an eBay. So going back to the eBay, so let's say you have a glasses, the bid is going $13, people are putting $1 each, 13, 14, 15, but then the same vendor is going to do B. Buy it now, buy these glasses now, buy it now for $39.99. Well, guess what that means? He's anchoring the price. If I don't show you this, you don't know what that pair of glasses cost. You have no idea. You might do a Google search and get an idea of what it might cost, but the truth is you don't know. It's like, what are you comparing it to? Or we are always comparing. You're like, you don't know if it's a better deal unless you compare it to another deal. So if I tell you this house is worth $1 million, you'd be like, sounds expensive. But if I tell you that house next door that's a little smaller than this one is worth $25 million, now you're like, oh, holy crap, this house is very cheap. So it's relative. So what people do, what merchants do, is they create anchoring points, and that's why it's called the anchoring bias. So now you have a $39.99 price on your head. So if this bid goes all the way up to like, say, $31 and you win the bid, guess what? You're excited. You're like, I got it for $9 cheaper. Well, but guess what? He was more excited than you because he knows that pair of glasses, he's already making a profit once it goes up to the $15, $20. But because he added this little thing right here, he's like, I'm going to dictate it to $39. I'm going to say it's worth $39. So now you're the one that lost. You were the sucker again, right? And even if you got it for $25, you're like, oh, I got an awesome deal because these glasses are worth $39. Says who? The guy that put the same glasses. So do you understand? So understanding biases are to your advantage 100%. 100%. And there's tons of them. So there is a very important bias. For example, it's called the authority. Sorry, guys. I'm right here. So the authority bias. So if I'm here standing, right? So most of you know I'm a neuroscientist, and you know that most of the things I say about the brain, you're going to believe me because you're like, oh, this guy studied the brain for so many years that I'm pretty sure whatever he's saying, you're going to believe. Well, that's an authority bias. I can start telling you weird things that are not true. I can tell you, blood doesn't raise the sugar. There's been proof, blah, blah, blah. I can put a lab coat on, and I can do whatever I want. And I guarantee you, a lot of you will believe what I say. Only because you know what my credential says, and because I have a lab coat on, and because XYZ, you're like, okay, that must be true. And they've done tons of experiments. So that's called authority bias. So if you're selling, you want to be the authority on that product. So are you going to believe if I tell you I'm a mechanic and I'm trying to sell you a home versus this guy who's a realtor, who are you going to believe more when he starts talking about house pricing and how the market fluctuates and the interest rates and ballooning? You're going to believe him, the realtor, and not the mechanic. Now, the mechanic might know more, but you know what? We are biased because chances are that this guy knows more, right, because he's the realtor, than the mechanic. In my case, so I own businesses, and you know that I own businesses, so you might ask me questions about how to run my business because I have the experience. But if I never told you, I never shared that I run a business, you might never ask me questions about business. You're like, well, what does he know? He's a scientist. He knows about science, but he doesn't know anything about business. when Tai comes on stage or here, you know he knows a lot about business. So you know you're going to ask him all about business. You might not ask him how dopamine works on the brain because you know he's not a neuroscientist. So that's, again, it's all biases. It's all on your brain. It's all, it's all part of your brain. It's how do we trick your brain. And I'm not saying I'm tricking you. And trust me, I'm hopefully I didn't say anything that's not true. And if I do say something that's untrue, it's by accident. I'm not trying to trick anybody. And the same with Tai and anybody that comes and speaks here. So there's tons of biases. Like I said, hundreds. You can Google you can search on Google and say cognitive biases. Do a search, and you can see there's so many. Bandwagon effect. There is social biases. There's social proof. So, like, for example, now let's say to this product, I say now 1,230,439 people bought this product. I'm giving you social proof there. And all I'm doing is adding a number. And now a merchant might make that freaking number up. It might be only 5 people bought it, but he puts a big number there, and you're like, oh, that many people bought it. It must be a good product. Again, it's a bias in your brain. It's a social proof bias. Now, I'm not saying go and cheat. That's not good. You don't want to do that because eventually if they find out, when we show at the Knowledge Society or at tailopez.com, we have this many followers, we have this many views. It's all, well, first of all, you could see it because you can't cheat on YouTube. You can't say this video was not viewed by 63 million people. You know it's been viewed because you could see it. But even if we're standing up and we're telling you, hey, we have over 1.5 million followers at Knowledge Society, it gives you social proof. You're like, hey, these guys must be saying something that's interesting enough for 1.5 million people to follow them. So you get my point. So there's tons of them, tons of biases. I recommend, again, I will give you guys a very good, I'm going to repeat a lot of what I said on my last talk in LA because there's so many people that were interested, so I decided I'm going to repeat it for the New York, for the people that weren't able to be on the East and the West Coast. I'm going to say it, give that same talk on the East Coast. Now, you guys have to understand something, and I'm going to briefly say this. I've mentioned this a million times about our 3 brains. We have an emotional, we have a reptilian brain, an emotional brain, and a rational brain. The reptilian brain, it's called a reptilian brain because the parts of the brain, the pons, the medulla, in your brain that are involved, or the structures come evolutionarily speaking from reptiles. And if you look at a reptile brain, it has the same structures. And then the emotional brain is the part of the brain that has all the emotional centers, like the amygdala. Okay, and the rational brain is what we and some animals have. It's called the neocortex, which is the outer layer of the brain. It's called the neocortex. And that's where all the decision making and the being rational and all that stuff happens. And by the way, now that I'm mentioning that, it's a myth when people say, somebody tells you, oh, I'm more rational and other people are not rational and he's rational and she's not. That's not true. 95% of our decisions, of everything we decide on, is based on emotional and previous experiences and patterns that our brain already has predetermined. So the truth is, nobody's really rational. Only about 5% of decisions you make on a daily basis are purely rational. So get that off your brain. Nobody's really rational. Now, some people, you could say, might come up with more cohesive reasons or ideas than others, right? But all those ideas and reasons have been influenced by emotions and past experiences. And let's talk about operational. And I was talking to a friend, one of my vendors at my park, and he's a good friend. His name is Mike, works for GI Sports. We were just having a conversation about operational versus relational salespeople. And I told him, you're a relational salesperson. And what that means is some people, you want to be a relational. And that means you want to establish a relationship with people. operational salespeople are people that only care about the sales. Like you meet them, it's like, oh, how are you doing? This is what I have for sale. This is how much it costs you. Are you interested or not? Boom, that's it. Versus a relational person is like, hey, how are you? My name is Mike. I work for GI Sports, and this is what we have. How can I help your business? I think I can help you grow. Tell me about your family. Tell me about your business. So you build a relationship with the person to build trust. Without trust, what happens is your brain shuts down. If you don't have trust, your brain, by the way, here's my information. For those of you who want to look me up on Facebook or LinkedIn or send me an email, that's my information. And so they took it out of the screen. There you go. And my name is spelled like German, okay? Herman, for those Meerkat and Periscope people. And give me a few more minutes and I will start Q&A. But relational, where was I going? Relational people, let me see. Sorry, sometimes see brain farts. Operational versus relational people. So you want to create a relationship with people in order to get them to build trust. And that's where I was going. Trust is very important. If you don't have trust, what happens with your brain is it shuts down. So everything you do first comes through your reptilian brain, you can say. All your decisions do not get to the higher centers until your reptilian brain, did I run out of paper? There's a pad behind the pad. Good. See, these guys come prepared. Effective. Okay, so let's say this is your brain, and here's your brain stem and whatnot. So decisions first have to go through here, right? So any emotion, whatever, your decision goes through here. And then it goes to your emotional centers, okay, your amygdala. And then there is kind of a feedback loop that's like, okay, this is happening. Should I trust this person, yes or no? If this says no, you can't trust it, nothing goes to the cortex. If you trust the person, then the information gets relayed to the cortex and it goes through. So when you meet, if you're a sleazy person, pitches could be hard. Is this for accelerator? I could try. Are you sure he can't come for the pitch?
Well, we're just standby talking about.
Okay, well, so we're getting note that Tai is still very sick. Yeah. And which means you might be stuck with me for a while. So anyways, where was I going? Okay, so tapping to the brain, to the different centers. If you're a relational type of person, you allow people to trust you, and then you allow information. So imagine your reptilian brain being like a bouncer. It's like, I don't like you, I'm going to stop you right there. This is why, by the way, what happens when you get mad and you're in rage and somebody might kill somebody out of rage, what happens is everything got stopped right here on your, reptilian brain, and your emotional, and some of the information goes to your emotional centers of anger and fear and anxiety, and nothing goes to your reasoning centers. So you might kill somebody, you're done killing that person, and you're like, what did I do? Right? Because you temporarily shut this area off that tells you, hey, killing the person is not a good idea. Okay? So very important. Very, very, very important to understand that. And again, I'll give you guys more details at the in the next talk. What else did I want to say about this? So again, trust. You must trust who's talking. You must be trusted. Here's another thing, too, to keep in mind. Let's say you are nervous. Nervousness can be perceived by people. So you might be nervous about your sale and whatnot. Well, somebody can perceive that nervousness and shut off. and they activate this area and they're like, nothing's going up, so you won't be able to sell anything. So you have to be confident. And one of the ways to avoid being nervous and not looking or sounding like an idiot when you're talking is to know. So the more information you know, about something, the more likely you're not going to make mistakes and you're not going to freeze and you're not going to be paralyzed. It's very, very important. Let me get a sip of water here. So, No, I said let me get some water. So again, relational versus, what was that for? Whatever. You got my point. I'm getting distracted. So let me take some questions now from people. Let's see. We got, so is it the top one Periscope or, yeah, top one's Periscope. And the bottom one is Zach Cookman saying, liar, this is not Tai. You're very funny, Zach. And then Periscope, thank you for those who say keep it going. You guys are covering part of my questions. There you go. How do you incorporate your psychology into your business? Everything I'm telling you is incorporating psychology in my business. If I eat well, I'm going to be healthier, which means I'm going to be sharper. I'm going to be able to think better. By being persuasive, I'll be able to sell better. By understanding persuasion, I'm going to be able to save money when they're trying to persuade me to buy a piece of crap. By sleeping better, I'm going to be healthier and I'm going to be more focused and my productivity is going to go up. I can go on for everything we said today on this call. You can apply to by creating small goals. So I have a park. For those of you who don't know, I am you could say I'm a scientific entrepreneur. I love science, but I'm also an entrepreneur. I've had many businesses in the past. I have 2 in North Carolina. There he goes. Little sunshine woke up.
Sick.
So Tai is sick, so bear with him. But anyways, do you need a microphone? He's gonna get ready, guys. So he's coming soon. But everything you do, everything that I've been telling you is part of being able to apply the psychological principles to getting better in your business. Let's see what else. Yes, nootropics, yeah or nay? Yes, I like nootropics. Just watch out which ones you buy. Thank you for the class info. You're welcome. What books do I recommend? I've tons of them. Today I was actually recommending how to stop worrying and start living. I also talked about Brain Rules from John Medina and a whole bunch of other ones. Are you ready, Tai?
Yeah, you can talk for a second.
Okay. More questions? Can you guys?
Yeah. We're going to reset these. All of you on Periscope and Meerkat, we're going to reset these. Let's reset. So,
How can I get people to buy my clothing? Tai will.
this is yours.
Oh, this one's mine. Tai will be able to talk to you a lot about that too. But again, you have to be persuasive. You have to have a good plan. You have to be able to do a lot of social media stuff. Next, they're saying Tai's a brave soldier for coming in when he's sick. And he is.
I don't get sick very often.
I know. We were saying, it's like, has Tai ever been sick?
Do you
I'm
remember
like,
me?
no. Like,
You know what it is? It's like going to stupid Vegas. No, you know why? Vegas, something about the air, because everyone's allowed to smoke.
oh, yeah.
When I lived in Vegas, right when I go to Vegas, my lungs feel like sick. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I feel like most people are not. Don't you think that your body, if you're continually around smoke, your body like adjusts, right?
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah,
if
because
you're not
I
around
grew
it-
up with my parents smoking. Now they don't smoke anymore, but I used to hate it. And
But you probably got
but
more
you get
tolerance,
you
'cause
get
when
used
I
to
go
it.
there, it affects me like 10 seconds.
You get used to it, absolutely. No matter how much I hate it,
You're
yes,
fine.
yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's Vegas, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, it's
Are you
okay.
flying tomorrow?
Yeah,
Are you coming with me?
I think I'm on another flight. I'm with Zach and think you're leaving before me, actually.
No, I'm leaving later.
Oh, they changed it?
I'm like, why would you book an early one for me?
Well, I would have left Monday if I could.
What is this for? Did you reset that? Shun, where are you going? Why did you reset? Why did you turn this one on with the image?
Any other question, guys, before I leave? And again, I hope to see some of you at least at the event in New York. And I hope this was informative enough. I know I gave you a lot of information, but it's I would say it's good information, stuff that you need to know. Oh, we talked about so many things: sleep and health and food habits and dopamine and sex and the three brains and being an achiever and setting goals. And Ty's resetting the Periscope and the Meerkat. It's
Gonna go on Facebook.
and he's Facebook. Oh, the new one,
Facebook Live.
Facebook Live. Now we have Facebook Live. So
You want to be in the picture? How to be a master marketer. Bo, Herman likes to be in
No.
pictures.
um,
I heard somebody asking you how everything you said would help. You're like, everything I said is supposed to help. Like, how does this apply to business? You're like, that always happens whenever you talk. 3, 2, 1. Whenever you talk, there'll always be one person at the end who's like, so I'm completely oblivious to everything you just said. I understand nothing.
Lights, camera, action.
I don't know if my wife is picking me up. She was supposed
Wait,
to.
no, stay here because I'm going to show you how to do the rest of the call. Thank you. Why does your wife need to pick you up?
Because I'm hungry.
You can eat right here.
You have no food?
You know you have to turn this around, right?
Yes.
Don't forget you turn it around. Okay, we have food. Can you give him food now, Sean? Herman thinks there's no food here. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Which one is Facebook? This one?
That one. Probably better to be this way.
So we got Meerkat, Facebook, Periscope, and YouTube Live right now.
Basically every known thing to mankind.
Yeah.
So we are talking about business marketing. What is that? What is this you're giving me?
Cold and flu.
NyQuil? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've been sick, so Herman's been doing the pre-session for 2 hours. So
And 12
you can
minutes.
eat here and watch and have your oranges.
Those are yours.
Oh,
You need
okay.
vitamin C, my friend. Vitamin C.
Vitamin C.
Throat sprays just 3 times.
All right. I don't really have a sore throat, but
Might help.
woof. How is everybody doing today? Let's talk about. Somebody said Herman is very smart.
Thank you. Sometimes.
The more you compliment Herman, the more he'll like doing these. Herman lives off these.
Do you have a microphone on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Herman, if he gets compliments, he goes back and reads them later. He's like, "Thank
No.
you." They say
I
that.
don't know where to get them.
Okay.
All right.
You can eat right there, though.
Yeah.
He might come back. I might let you finish.
See,
Herman.
this. You remember what I was talking about persuasion? That's what Ty's doing. He's persuading me to stay by saying, "Oh, he might come back."
No, I'm serious.
He
I was planning to
thinks
have you come.
I
and
really want to
finish.
come back.
He likes it. Herman likes it.
All right. Bye, everybody, and thank you.
Herman will be back in an hour once he's done eating. Okay, Facebookers, YouTubers, people live on my site. I'm sick, so I'm gonna give an abbreviated version, and then Herman's gonna come on and finish with a lot of Q&A and stuff like that. So I'll be on here. We'll talk about the accelerator. Herman will do did you talk about the competition?
Yeah, exactly.
So Herman will give away the 3 free iPad minis and and answer more questions. So, question for you. Who here on a scale of 1 to 10 considers themselves a 10 in marketing? So by marketing, I mean maybe you're an entrepreneur or an aspiring entrepreneur, and any idea you have, you're pretty much sure you can put it out there and a hell of a lot of people will see what you're doing and go, that's awesome, I want to be part of that. Who here considers themselves a 10? We got a 5, a 2, an 8. Ken is a 10, a 9, a 10, an 8. We have a 10. Oh, a 4, 4, 1, a 2, 2, 3, 8, 6, a solid 2, a negative 5. Now, one thing that somebody says Steve Jobs is a 10. You mean he was a 10. He's not alive anymore. Amar Badouri says a 10. August Holcomb, a 7. Trevor Speaks, a 5. Here's my thing. I don't know that you could ever be a 10 all the time, because to be a 10 at all times would be impossible. I think you could settle in on an 8 and then you could burst to a 10 level sometimes. But I'm going to talk about how you could use a few techniques in your business and in your social life, because this applies, everything to do with marketing also applies socially. So you could use this same thing to meet friends, dating, public speaking. You could use this at school, you could use it at work to get a promotion. All the psychological techniques pretty much apply wherever there's humans. So take every situation where there's another human around and imagine yourself using what we talk about today and being way better at it. So you're at a party, tonight's Saturday, you go out with friends. Usually when you go to a party, you know, you're not really the life of the party, or you go in there, you're shy, you don't meet anyone, you walk in and out, nobody really knew you were there. There was somebody you wanted to meet, for whatever reason you didn't meet them. Imagine that goes away and now you're at a new level socially in life. You have a new business idea, you need investors. You go out now to investors, you ask a few people, everybody says no, you can't get any money. But imagine that all changes and now you can raise, like this guy who's in my accelerator program, he had an idea for his motocross boot and he raised $2 million in literally a month or two from when he started with his idea and started reaching out to people socially and say, do you want to invest in this? And he got one guy to put in $2 million. So that's a game changer for business. There's another guy, one of the first people to ever get in the accelerator, Ben Tritt out of New York. I'm sure I'll see him in New York. Ben basically told me that he been trying to raise money his whole life for he has a 3D printing company he wants to launch, never could pull it off, and now he was able to pull it off, and he literally raised, I think he raised 150 or 250 and had another 500,000. So that's obviously not enough to fully build out a 3D printing company, but is a heck of a lot better than not having any money. So you can use the stuff we're going to talk about today to raise capital. And then lastly, and maybe most importantly, you have to be able to spread good ideas. And this is what people forget. And a good idea can be, let's say you're political and you have an idea politically and you're at a table and everybody has the opposite view. You have to be able to walk into that situation and I sometimes think of it as imposing your will in a good way, not forcefully, but really being able to show people what they're missing out on by not seeing the other side of the coin. So what are the things you need to know to be master at marketing? And it's too bad that you and I didn't learn this in school. Not one kid that I know of until college or university, but in high school, junior high, they never teach you anything about marketing, even though at the end of the day, marketing is going to be the most important thing you ever, the most important skill you ever acquire really as a business person or for your finance. So if you don't like where you are financially, income-wise, I've never met somebody who's good at marketing that's broke. Now, I don't think everybody who's good at marketing becomes a billionaire or a millionaire, but Every person I know that's good at marketing always has plenty of money. I had a friend who told me, he was talking about direct marketers. That's another word for people good at marketing, especially on the internet. And he was a business broker, and he analyzed businesses and did taxes and all this. And he said, you know what, Ty? It's funny because I have all these people come, and they might be worth $1 billion on paper, but it's not liquid. You know, if you own Snapchat like Evan Spiegel, he's worth a couple $1 billion, but he doesn't have a couple $1 billion in the bank. It's all tied up in the stock that he owns in the business. It's not liquid. But he said, you know what? Every person I know that's good at direct marketing always has cash flow, always has plenty of money. So if you're watching this and for whatever reason you plateaued financially or you never even started, pay attention, because becoming a master at marketing, or even bumping up where you are right now 1 or 2 more points, will have a huge effect on your bank statement every month. And you know what that ends up doing? It makes you less afraid. I find that fear is one of the most dominant forces. They say greed and fear is what runs the world, right? And I'd say that's pretty accurate. And greed's a whole nother conversation, how to control your greed and envy. But the fear part, if you can master fear, and what removes fear? Simple stuff, success. People who succeed more have less fear, in my experience. Michael Jordan, when he won, or Kobe Bryant, or LeBron James, or Messi, or Ronaldo, when they go to the championship games, they're not as fearful as a brand newbie because they've already won before. So for those of you who are a little bit fearful of life and what life holds for you and stuff, if you can master this one area, it's like a domino effect. You'll get better at finance. And when you get better at finance, your brain will compute that as a win. And once you win, you start getting used to winning. And winning drives out fear for the most part. Not fully, but more than you think. So when you start losing a lot, when you launch a product and nobody buys it, when you go to a party and nobody talks to you, then guess what? You've reinforced the fear impulse that you're going to fail. And that becomes a recurring cycle. They call that a race to the bottom. Basically cycles down. And it gets worse and worse, which means you get more fearful. The more fearful you are, the less attracted people are to you, because no one wants to be around a fearful person, trust me. All of us, if you have a friend that's super fearful, or if you are an investor and someone comes to you and they're super fearful, probably not going to want to do business with them. Yesterday, I went to lunch with Larry David, if some of you guys saw my Snapchat or my Instagram. And one thing that Larry David says is, it's easy to be confident when you have a head of hair, but a bald man who's confident, he said, now that's a diamond in the rough. And he says, I've never been that good looking of a guy, but I've always had people attracted and want to be around me because he has a level of confidence. And that level of confidence comes from winning. He wrote Seinfeld and Curb Your Enthusiasm and made $300 million. And you better believe that winning like that has a big effect. And so if you're watching this and you've been told that winning doesn't matter and all that matters is, pat yourself on the back and stuff like that, well, there's some truth to that. You do your best, and sometimes you don't win, and you can still sleep good at night knowing you tried, but it's better to win. So what you want to do is be on a playing field that you have a chance to win at. Not everybody here is going to be able to be a pro athlete. Not everybody here is going to be a supermodel. But I tell you, marketing and business is something anybody can be good at. No one cares. No one goes, oh, that guy's short, that guy's fat, that guy's ugly, that woman's, cross-eyed, whatever it might be. No one cares. If you can be good at marketing and you understand what we're talking about, you'll be able to thrive in every area at all times in life. So what's the first principle? Since I'm sick, I'm not going to get through all of them. Herman will come back, but I'm going to open up the accelerator. Some of you, and the accelerator is basically a more in-depth version of today's call. It's a 4-month home study program. So for those of you really serious about wanting to get badass, I can't show you this all in 1 or 2 hours. But if you give me 3 or 4 months, I can show you all kinds of stuff, not just about marketing, but about business and about investing and about daily routines and all this stuff related to changing specifically how much money you have in your bank account. You got to achieve financial health. Everybody here has to be financially healthy. Not everybody here has to be rich, but trust me, you better be financially healthy, or what's the number one cause of divorce? Financial problems. What's the number one cause of stress for most people? Besides, first is health. If you have a disease or something, then you won't care about money. But after disease, assuming you don't have a life-threatening disease, it's money. So this pays off financially. It's pretty obvious why. The first thing is you have to understand, and this is just a real simple one, you have to understand people at a deeper level. So for those of you who think you're pretty good at marketing, you said you're a 5 or a 6. The place to start, that means if you're a 5 or 6, that means you probably understand people at a 5 or 6 level out of 10. If you were to understand the inner workings and the inner motives and the inner drives of every person that ever walked in front of you, you would be the most powerful person to walk planet Earth. In fact, if you study evolutionary psychology, people like Dr. David Buss and stuff, he says most of human psychology is designed to make us trick other people about our inner feelings. So that's why marketing is hard, because people don't reveal to you what they really feel, because there's evolutionary advantage for them not showing. If you were negotiating about buying a car or a house and you knew the person was getting excited at the price you were about to offer, you would offer a lower price. So it's in their best interest to hide their true feelings from you. You know what I'm saying? So remember, this isn't that easy to do. It's easy for me to write this, understand people at a deeper level, but it ain't so easy to do. Herman's still here, right?
Yeah, he's right over there.
So how do you do that? How do you understand someone deeper? Well, 3 points underneath this, A, B, and C. A, B, C. So A, you have to lessen, or I should say diminish, your narcissism. Now, a lot of people, narcissism. I have bad handwriting. Diminish your narcissism. Everybody knows the story of Narcissus. I think that was his name in Greek mythology. The guy who loved himself so much that he fell in love with his own reflection in the water. And that might sound absurd, but that's how most people are. Mark my words. Most of your friends, most people around you are narcissistic. And here's the penalty for being narcissistic. Not only will you be a less likable person, but you will not be able to penetrate the deeper levels of the person standing in front of you or the people, because you're fixated on what drives you, not what drives them. And at the end of the day, marketing is what drives the people you're trying to sell to, not what drives you. So you have to lessen narcissism. It's not that easy. That's a whole nother conversation, but I'll try to get into that a little bit deeper. Okay, number 2, you have to increase awareness. This is from those of you in the 67 steps. I can't tell you how simple it is to increase your awareness. Mark Cuban told me when he does business, he always makes a point to go to the person's office that he's doing business with. And I said, why? He said, well, I like to look around. I like to see what's on the wall, what pictures. Do they have a picture of them hunting with their son? Okay, now I'm aware that that's what's important to them. And when I have a conversation with them about doing business, I refer to that place that they are in life. They like hunting with their son, so maybe he brings it up. Maybe he tailors his pitch to someone who would, someone who likes hunting can be different than someone who likes saving the whales. It's a different conversation. And so by him increasing his awareness, he automatically understands the person he's talking to at a deeper level. Now, the third one here, as you increase your awareness, okay, then you have to adjust your message. And it's cool. This is what the internet's going to allow. Over time, we'll be able to adjust. You'll be able to have your website change based on the visitor who's coming to your website. It's kind of sweet. Alex Singletary said, being humble doesn't work as well as being aware. Yeah, they're similar, but a little different. But I think that you, without a doubt, want to focus on these three. This is specifically for marketing. Diminish your narcissism, increase your awareness of the situation you're in, and then adjust your message. This last one, by the way, adjust your message, this is the one that would take me 4 months to explain to you how to do, because it's a little bit like martial arts. Jiu-jitsu, if someone asked me to explain jiu-jitsu in 3 steps, you'd be like, manage the distance, close the distance, and, protect on a larger opponent, basically wrap them up, pull them in the guard or something like that. So those are 3 steps for being good at a martial art, but you can't necessarily be good just because you know them in your head. Everything that I'm showing you here, each of you has to put into practice. If you can put these into practice, then they'll start becoming instinctive. That's kind of... Somebody says, Drive Hard 819 says, I love how Tai brags about his accomplishments in a narcissistic way and now says to forget your ego. Well, that's an oversimplification of what I say. It's an interesting question. Somebody once wrote me and said, Tai, how can you live with yourself? You show off a Ferrari and Lamborghini. And I wrote him back and I said, okay, you're right. But I have more kids in the ghetto reading books than anybody in the history of the world. So before you judge too hard, you better check yourself before you wreck yourself. Because I asked them, what are you doing to change the world? So, by the way, everybody's argument sounds good till you give the other person the chance to say their side. So, if me showing, I had a Ferrari years before, I never showed it to anybody. But once I realized that a Ferrari and Lamborghini would inspire kids, and it does, man, it's crazy. If I know it gets a couple 100 million people interested in reading books, then say what you will. I feel like it's a powerful tool. So in terms of narcissism is different, by the way. Showing a Ferrari or a Lamborghini is not the same as narcissism. Narcissism is to actually, you could have a Ferrari or Lamborghini and never show it to anybody and be narcissistic. Narcissistic traits or tendencies are a state of mind, not necessarily a state of action. So they're people who only can see the world through their lens. That's what a narcissist is. Showing off has nothing to do with narcissism, really. So here's a narcissist. I'll give you an example. Right now I'm sick. So let's say I'm over at my friend's house and I'm like, dude, I'm super sick. And they come over, they go, oh, you're sick? And then 5 minutes later, they came and slapped you on the back. Yo, what's up, man? How you doing? And you're like, why are you slapping me on the back? I'm achy, I'm sore. And they go, oh, crap, I forgot. You see, narcissism makes people forget other people's situations. That's what narcissism is. So they're so self-focused, even though you told them you were sick, they immediately forget it because they're in their world. The best example where you'll see narcissism, you ever gone on an airplane and there's a long line of people waiting to get on, and there's one person taking their jacket off slowly, putting their bag up, maybe getting a few things out of the bag, bringing it down, putting it, and you're like thinking, don't you see Brian Regan, the comedian, has a long, funny comedy thing about this. He's like, don't you see all the other people? Because when I get on an airplane, I'm always like, I'll just put my bag up real quick, sit down, and then once we get in the air, I'll stand up and get my book later. I can do that later. Or I think ahead and have my book in my hand. But there's people on an airplane that are so narcissistic that they just are in their, Brian Regan calls it Captain You planet. They're in Captain You planet, Captain Me planet. Like, ooh, I'm the only person on this airplane. No one else matters. The most narcissistic person on any airplane is always little children. Because little children will start screaming and crying on an airplane because they don't care about anybody else. They call that, for those of you who want a more scientific term, it's called theory of the mind, TOM. And it basically is a psychological concept that when you're 1 year old, you don't have a theory of the mind. You basically see yourself as fully the center of planet Earth. And usually it's not until you're about 5, 6 years old that you start to develop a theory of the mind. And what happens with most people, almost all people I meet, their theory of the mind, TOM, it's just underdeveloped. Like they developed it a little bit, but not a lot. And if you can develop yours more than the status quo level of planet Earth, you will have such an advantage. And I'm actually much more, people think maybe because they see Ferrari and Lamborghini, they think that I'm narcissistic about in my marketing. I'm not. I'm very good at adjusting the message and reading the message. Like I said, even the Ferrari and Lamborghini, the reason that I use those to get people to read books is because I've tested multiple things. And that's the thing that got people to want to read. Hello? You can have parents around the world. You can have the White House literacy program. You can have every school teacher in the world lecture kids and go, you should read. It doesn't work. Hasn't that experiment been run for the last 100 years and nobody reads? But if you show people, here's the reward of getting knowledgeable about things, then all of a sudden people are like, I want to read. So it's really, believe it or not, that marketing campaign that I did has basically been the most intuitive marketing campaign in the history of humanity. I don't mean that in a cocky way. I'm just saying, look at the results. Look at the numbers. It has been. And it's not because I'm such a genius. It's because I was able to tap in and listen to people, what they wanted. I tried different things. I had a book club before. That doesn't get hundreds of millions of people to watch the video. And so it's in some ways it's hard, in some ways it's easy. If each of you can get this in your mind, these 3 simple things. Now the adjusting your message is a little trickier thing. That's why the accelerator is needed, because I need a few months to show you guys how to do all the things, but we'll keep going here. Any questions? Somebody said Ty's friend works at a rent-a-car and gave Ty the rental cars. Yeah, sounds like a good story, but I like these. Now whenever people write crazy things, I add them to a file called mean tweets. So if you guys saw my YouTube, I've been reading these mean tweets. People like it. It's funny. I get these crazy ones. People are like, this dude just rents a Ferrari for a day or whatever. I like it. Now I'm like, bring it on, because people laugh so much when I read them. So for all of you that the best use of your time is thinking up creative, funny things, please increase it so I can have a better library. Somebody says, Ty, does getting punched in the face diminish narcissism? Heck yeah. I do, when one of my boxing coaches, he says, Ty, whenever you get in a fight and you're a boxer, just remember, it's like they're an atheist. They don't believe in your religion. And so you give them a left jab, and that jab makes them go, maybe there is a God. And then you give them a right straight, and then they're a believer. So, yes, narcissism is solved sometimes that way. Ty, do you predict a market crash in the future? Yep. Every 5 to 7 years, there will be an economic recession Count on it. So if you're going to be alive for another 50 years, count on 10 more. I'm not sure why they didn't just tell us this in school. People are always trying to predict the next recession. I'm like, you don't need to predict them. They always come. There's mini cycles. There's large. It's the nature of capitalism, boom and bust. Supply and demand. When you oversupply something, then the prices drop. A lot of people, new entrants come into the market, drives the prices up. When the prices get too high in comparison to the value, then it drops again. So the next stock market crash will always be coming. It'll just zoom, zoom. It has nothing to do with your life, though. All those crashes never have affected me. Okay, what else? How about how you do a presentation, Tai? Tai, where do you find people to do A/B testing? How do you monetize after applying these? Well, monetize is by having a product that you're marketing. There are more seasons to the world than just winter and fall. Yes, there's 4 seasons. Can you overview your 3 teachings behind you? Yeah. Diminish your narcissism, increase your awareness, and adjust your message. That's how you'll understand people at a deeper level. Okay. If somebody said, Tai, I need you to show me how to become a master marketer, the second thing that I would show them is that there's 25 cognitive biases. Okay. Now, I don't have time to go through all 25. There's things like Kantian fairness and reciprocity and Pavlovian effect and Lollapalooza and chemical bias and senescence bias and liking, disliking bias and reward bias and association bias and availability bias. Okay, there's 25 main ones. You could categorize them in different ways, but I use the Charlie Munger framework of 25. As you begin to apply and bring to bear the 25 biases on your marketing, you go to a completely different level in marketing. When you see an ad that's horrible, okay? When you see an ad that's horrible, the reason it's horrible is that they're not using the cognitive biases. So we'll go through a few cognitive biases. Number 1, or the first bias we can talk about, is reward bias. And this is the strongest bias, yet it's the least focused on. When people see your commercial, when you are standing in front of an investor on Shark Tank trying to get an investment into your business, when you want people to, or when you want a girl to go out on a date with you or a guy, if you're not triggering the reward bias in the brain, the odds of you doing well plummet astronomically. You basically won't be good. Your campaigns won't be good. Nobody's going to buy into, because people love themselves. Write that down. People love that. Even the most suicidal friend you have, the most depressed friend, they love themselves. That's why they're suicidal, because they don't think their life, which they love, is going perfectly. They're depressed because, now there's some exceptions. There's people who have chemical biases and stuff, but I personally have never seen an exception to this, but I'm sure there are. The person who talks about themselves most, how bad their life is, it's because they expect, to them, they're the center of the universe. To the fact that their boyfriend broke up with them, their girlfriend broke up with them, the fact that they didn't get the job promotion they wanted, it weighs heavily on them and depresses the crap out of them, because they are the center of planet Earth to themselves. So when you tap into that self-rewarding bias that people have, you really, really get a hold of a primal impulse in people. When you look at a McDonald's or a Taco Bell commercial, what do? Do they just show the logo of McDonald's and say, buy food? No. You know what they show you? They show you the most perfectly laid out burger with lettuce and, the crispest lettuce and the juiciest burger. And if you're hungry and you're watching it, you're sitting there going, man. And that's also Pavlovian response, but your reward triggers are going nuts. And you're like, ooh, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this. Car commercials. I never think car commercials are that good, but they generally show you driving on the best car commercials I've ever seen make you feel cool if you had that car. And you see that, like LeBron James has this Kia Optima commercial or something, where the idea they're trying to there's a couple biases there, association and stuff, but also reward bias. They're trying to make you feel like if you drive a Kia, you'll be a little bit like LeBron, even though that's ridiculous, but they're working on manipulating the brain that way. B, another strong bias of the human brain. We can pick any of the other 24. Let's do availability bias. This one doesn't get talked about too much. So what availability bias basically says is that things that aren't easy to understand, we won't buy. One of the reasons sometimes your website won't perform as well as you thought is because it's too complicated. The best example in history of this is there used to be a website that was the #1 search engine in the world. It was, I think it was yahoo.com. And you went to Yahoo and it was the most complicated website and it had thing and news feeds, and then AOL was the same way. And then you had one company, two guys out of a garage go, let's just make this website, make it pure white, just have a bar in the very middle, and we'll call it google.com. And it's so simple to understand. We won't make it complicated, it'll just be simple. And Google rose at a meteorically fast level past every other search engine because they understood the simple availability bias. I mean, how easy would it have been for any website to copy that? But people are narcissistic. Yahoo was more narcissistic. They weren't able to understand their customers. They didn't tap in to the deep level that the customer of the customer emotion. Customers wanted simple because they wanted things easily available to their brain. Remember that. Somebody says, Tai, can't believe you are telling all these for free. Yeah, I give a lot of stuff away for free. Apple is simple, Rex Baylor says. Absolutely. Apple, if you look at the iPhone, it's very simple. If you look at what Microsoft did when they came up with Windows, it used to be DOS, which was hard to use, and then they came up with Windows where you just click. The mouse was a big change. So be careful about being too complicated. If you're going to talk to somebody, if you're going to pitch somebody, just have a simple pitch. They call it an elevator speech. Someone says, Tai, you're amazing. Thanks so much, man. Appreciate it. The next cognitive bias that we can talk about, there's 23 other ones, but I'll pick one. Let's do one that's called, which one should I do? Let's do liking bias. Now, this is a very interesting bias. What liking bias means is that if Adolf Hitler says 2 + 2 is 4, but let's say people like Nelson Mandela, and Nelson Mandela had said 2 + 2 is 5, we would have been much more likely, I'm oversimplifying this, but we would have wanted to believe Nelson Mandela because we like him. So we don't like Adolf Hitler, so when he says 2 + 2 is 4, we want to immediately kind of dissect it and be like, I don't think he's right. Even though we know 2 + 2 is 4, we judge the premise and the conclusions by how much we like somebody. And so if you want your marketing to be better, one of the reasons, I interviewed Hillary Clinton for a little book of the day summary segment, and one of the reasons Hillary Clinton has always struggled politically, and she's done well, obviously, she's Secretary of State and stuff, but she's never been like her husband, Bill Clinton. And the reason is she simply is not that likable, at least for most people. She doesn't smile that easily. She doesn't crack jokes about herself. She kind of takes herself real seriously. I'm not knocking her because I think she's she's very smart. And I'm just saying, the facts are she struggles with the PR side of things. So she tries, somebody says yes, but she tries. Oof. Now, Bill Clinton was very likable. And that's why people overlooked his flaws and his scandals. Because at the end of the day, if you met Bill Clinton, you're like, he's kind of cool. Somebody said Hillary Clinton hired Steven Spielberg for acting classes so that she could be more likable. Obama is pretty likable. And that's why he was a very young guy. So was Bill Clinton, and they both won. Ronald Reagan was very likable. And he told jokes about himself and told jokes on stage. And so people overlooked his flaws, and he's a very popular president, especially in retrospect. Now, President Nixon was a not likable guy. And when that scandal came out, when people don't like you, they won't give you any room for error, So what are the things that make you more likable? Very interesting conversation. A whole nother 2-hour conversation we could have on what makes you more likable. At the end of the day, I will tell you what makes you more likable. When people can see themselves in you. That's basically, remember how I said people love themselves and they're narcissistic? Well, it applies to likability. When they see a little bit of themselves in you, nobody hates themselves. So if they're like, and that's where Hillary Clinton goes wrong. Nobody really sees themselves in Hillary Clinton. She's very intellectual, and most people aren't that intellectual. She's very intense, and most people don't want to be around full-on power intensity at every moment. And so it really hurts her. If she could have ever figured out how to be more likable, which to me, I think it's just, she needs more self-deprecating jokes. It's another thing. People, when you don't take yourself too seriously, people like that. Because people, if you take yourself too seriously, they subconsciously perceive you as a threat to them because you're kind of like this person going out aggressively in their mind. Even though you're not necessarily, that's how the brain perceives hyper-confidence. So if you want to be, you don't want to be super confident. You want to have a little, now you want to be what I call undercover confidence. So undercover confidence, for example, you can make a joke about yourself. So outwardly, it seems like you're a little insecure, but the fact that you're able to tell a joke about yourself shows that you're secure. That's undercover secure. Ruben Ricart says, Ellen DeGeneres is a great example of that. Yeah, Ellen DeGeneres is so likable. So is Oprah Winfrey. Everybody loved Oprah Winfrey. And you never hear somebody say something negative. When's the last time somebody said something negative about Oprah Winfrey? And if you think of what Oprah Winfrey did, or Ellen DeGeneres, especially Oprah Winfrey, because she's been around even longer, she had a story of vulnerability. She was abused as a child. She's a rags to riches story. And she also empathized with her audience. She paid off people's houses and their debts and all that kind of stuff, which means that she connected with people. Somebody says Hillary Clinton is a robot trying to take over the world. Yeah, a lot of people see her that way. Justin Clark, Tai, you're the motivation that's helping me turn my life around and helping me focus on the future and have a more successful future. Cool. Hang in there, man. Trevor Speaks says Steve Wozniak is another example. Tina Turner is another example. Somebody said, I like Oprah. She's my boo thing. Tai Lopez equals likable. Sometimes. Now, I'll just be clear on this. I don't know that you can ever be likable by everybody. You just want to be likable to the people that matter to you. So if you're marketing to 22-year-old males, Make sure you're likable to them. You might not be likable to 55-year-old males that see that, or if your target is, 62-year-old women, be likable to 62-year-old women. You can't, and that's one caution that I'll give you. You just can't be likable to everybody. One of my favorite stories you guys have heard is there was a father and a son. They were farmers. They decided to take their farm goods and go to town and sell what they had grown. So they brought a donkey, and the father and the son, they're walking to town, and the father is on the donkey and the son's walking, pulling the donkey. And some people walk by, and the father and son overhear the people whispering, "What kind of a son is so rude that he makes his father, what kind of a father is so rude that he makes the son walk while the father rides?" So the father felt bad. He gets off the donkey. He puts his son on the donkey. Some more people walk by, and they overhear the people whispering, "What kind of a son disrespects his elder father by riding on the donkey when the father has to walk?" So they feel bad, and the father and the son both get on the donkey. And they're going down the path, and some people walk by, and they hear him say, "What kind of people are so cruel to a donkey that both able-bodied adults ride on the donkey who's already carrying all this stuff?" So the father and the son feel bad. They don't want to be hated by the people walking by. The father and son both get off the donkey, and they walk next to the donkey. Some more people walk by, and the people say, "What kind of morons are this? They have a donkey, and they don't even use it to save their legs. What an idiot." And so they finally come to the town, and the father and the son are carrying the donkey. And they're going across the bridge carrying this donkey, but the donkey's so heavy, they lose their balance, and they fall off the bridge. All the father, the son, the donkey, and they lose everything in the river. And the moral of this Aesop's fable is that you can't please all the people all the time. And if you try to be likable to everybody, you'll be likable to nobody, is the moral of that story. So I really try to focus in on, who are my peeps? Who are the people I care about being liked by? And then if the other people don't like me, then yeah. Jeb Bush. Yeah, Jeb Bush doesn't seem to be so likable. He comes off as kind of nerdy or clumsy. I think they should give Jeb Bush contacts, because he has those super thick glasses. Does anyone notice that? Jeb Bush, he looks like, he's decrepit kind of thing. And nobody wants a president who looks that way. I think he could have glasses, but my glasses aren't so thick, like my eyes aren't that big. And yeah, Ben Carson has gotten far because he's pretty likable. I'm not sure how to explain Donald Trump, but really this does apply. Donald Trump is likable to the certain segment of the world that he appeals to. So he's actually what I call, he's a bifurcation type person. He splits. People either hate him or love him. Somebody said Jeb looks like the peanut guy. Ted Cruz. Okay. Now, because I'm sick, Herman's going to come and finish here relatively soon. I'm going to take a few more questions. I'm going to open up the accelerator. So I was telling you guys about the accelerator, raising the price this year. So it was $997 one time. Now it's going to go to $997 a month for 4 months. So it's going up to $4,000. Why? Well, I put a year's worth of material in there. But I'm going to open it up on this live call. I'm going to do this on live call. I'm going to let the first 20 people in at the old price, which is just $997. Okay? One-time fee. But I'll explain that later. But yeah, I want to raise that just because people are like, dude, this is such good material. I'd pay $10,000. I hate when people say that. So don't worry. You can get in at the old price today. And I'll explain what the accelerator is and stuff like that. So somebody said, dang, Ty, I've been saving for so long. You'll be fine. You'll be able to get in here as long as you get in at the beginning when I open this up. Okay? I always tell people everything I've ever done, and I recommend this to you in your marketing, over time you raise your prices as you know you're delivering better value. Okay? Somebody said, but I'm still saving. It's all right. It's all right. Okay. Okay. We'll do the iPod contest later. What other stuff do I want to say real quick? I don't want to faint up here because I'm feeling pretty sick. So let me talk about the accelerator and why it's important to you. And because this stuff that I'm talking about today is priceless stuff. I would go back, if I could be 18 and have somebody say to me, I'm going to show you how to be good at marketing at 18. I would have paid, if I didn't have much money when I was 18. I probably had $100, but I would have paid all my future income. I would have paid a future $1 million to be able to have that. Why? Because that generates money. And it's kind of like the chicken and the egg. A lot of people tell me they're broke. And I'm like, well, how are you going to get yourself out of being broke? And they say, well, I don't know. And I'm like, yeah, it's like the chicken and the egg. What comes first, the chicken or the egg? If you don't have the chicken, how do you get an egg? But if you don't have an egg, you don't have the chicken. So you have to break the cycle. And that's when I broke the cycle when I was a young kid. I mean, not a young kid, when I was, in 2001, early 2000s, I broke the cycle by spending all my money on an online course by Corey Rudel. Some of you know my story, how I learned internet marketing. I bought this course by Corey Rudel. It was like $500, which in today's dollars, that's about $1,000. And that was all the money I had, and I bought that course, and I learned about Google AdWords. So I was one of the first people to ever use Google AdWords. And what I paid for in that course ended up over the last years has made me, literally, I've done, I don't know, in business revenue from Google AdWords, a lot, tens of millions of dollars from that one course. So I know how I broke the cycle. I broke the cycle by investing in myself before I really had enough money to invest in myself. Some of you have the money. It's just you're not used to investing in yourself. So yeah, if you're not used to investing in yourself, this will feel a little bit different. But once again, even if you're an entrepreneur watching this and you're already making, what are the income levels? Let's see here. What do we have? I haven't done this since I had Facebook Live here. I got Facebook verified, so now I'm on Facebook Live. I'm verified as a very important person now. I'm just joking. It's funny how Facebook does that. I'm like, what does this exactly mean now that I am verified on Facebook? Does this mean that I'm a real person? I feel like I was a real person before. Okay, what's the income levels of people? Oof, how do I drink this? Oh, here. 4,000 a month. $900 a month. 50,000 a month. What else do we have? What's income levels? Let's do the people on Facebook here. What's your annual income right now as an entrepreneur or as an employee? $1,200 a month, $50,000 a year, $450,000 a month. So we have somebody doing $5 million on here. Did I lose my Facebook comments here? Huh. I'm not getting. Can you try to comment on Facebook? Yeah. That's weird. 80,000 a month. No, but it hasn't moved for a while on Facebook. Did we blow up? I feel like we blow up Facebook here.
I see comments coming through. You're not seeing them?
I don't see any.
I'm seeing 50,000, 4,000, 40,000.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
400,000 a year.
Probably broke Facebook.
I think I broke Facebook again. I've done this before. Yeah. That's all right. I'll just look at your guys's.
Yeah. I see some.
900 a month, 60,000 a year. 80 grand a year, 125 grand. Somebody said Mark Zuckerberg hates Tai. Hopefully not. I wouldn't want to have him as an enemy. $100 a month because I'm only 16. Age shouldn't matter much. Age shouldn't matter. 36 grand a year, 60 grand a year. So it looks like the high has been 500 grand a month, 6 million a year, all the way down to 100 bucks a month. Okay. Each of you, I promise you, your income can go nowhere but up if you're better at persuasion and marketing. I don't care if you're an entrepreneur or just an employee. To be good at marketing is the most valuable tool known to mankind. So I made this program called Accelerator, which is a home study course. The reason I made it is because I like to study stuff at home. That's what I did with that Corey Rudel stuff. I like learning in classrooms and stuff like that too, but this is a pretty cool way to do it. Home study, so if you have a phone or a computer, laptop is all you need, or a phone or a desktop. You download these lessons and you can listen to them. I recommend about 3 times a week, 15 minutes a day. You can watch for an hour a day. There's a lot of content here, more than you're ever going to be able to use. So the good news is, don't freak out if there's so much stuff. You can just skip and choose, pick around those subjects that are the most important to you. There's 4 levels. It's about a 4-month program. Some people finish a little quicker. Some people do it a little slower. It just depends how intensely you want to do it for. Now, there's 3 levels to it. Are you watching, Herman? Yeah. So there's 3 levels. There is the money level. It's level 1. Level 2, the entrepreneur level. And number 3 is persuasion. So I'm going to open up. Everybody has to come in at level 1. Okay? There's these other levels which go more in depth. There's more videos around entrepreneurialism and even more advanced stuff. This is super advanced. Not everybody needs the advanced stuff. So we have an application for it. You got to fill out an application, and the reason is, I had to make a decision. When I launched this in May, we did a beta last September, and then we launched full on in May. In the beta, I just made it anybody could get into it, and I had 7,000 people try to get in right at once, which is not what my vision was for the company, for the program, because it's too many. You're going to get access, and I can't give access to 50,000 people to this because it will lose the small group feel. I want this to feel like a small mastermind group where you're getting all kinds of cutting edge info and stuff like that. So that's why I did it that way. So there's an application. So I'm going to show a button in a few minutes. I'm going to show it for 20 minutes, and you can click the button. We also have a phone number. We also have live chat. We have an email, and we have a special URL if you're on Facebook. Does the tailopez.com/Facebook? Can you check that? That was supposed to be set up there. We'll give you a special URL if you're on Meerkat, Facebook, or Periscope. And that way, because I got a couple bonuses for you, okay? And the main bonus today is, for those of you, the first people who get in, the first 20 people who get in, I'm going to keep on this live call, it's going to be the old pricing, which is just a one-time payment, not monthly. So I know I don't like raising prices too suddenly on people because then people have a heart attack. So I'll give you a grandfather clause where you're in at the old price of just a one-time payment. Now, what are you going to get? You get 5 main things. Number 1, you get access. Twice a month, we do live calls. Access is almost the most important thing. Now, these live calls I'm doing right now, these are open to the whole world. We'll probably have, 25 to 30,000 people on this live call, counting YouTube, Facebook. If you add them all together, Periscope, Meerkat, Facebook, YouTube, my website, it adds up usually. Last time it was 50,000 people. So I don't know how many people will be on today's call, but it's too many for me to answer everybody's questions. But we do twice a month, a private live call where you can get all your questions answered, because it's important that you get access and you interact. Number 2, you're going to get the mini talks. This is the core of the program. I recorded like 18-minute or less, some of them are a little longer, talks on every subject. You name it. You want to know how to grow a YouTube channel. You want to know how to grow your Instagram. You want to know how to raise capital from investors. You want to know how to figure out what you should even do in life with your business. You want to know how to get business partners. If you want to know how to invest in real estate. If you want to understand the stock market at a deeper level so that you can not lose money in the next crash. All of these type principles are covered in the mini talks. And there's like more mini talks than you could even want. That's why I said you can skip around to any subject you want. Third, we have behind the scenes. This is very important because I want to show you, not just tell you, but show you what we're doing. You can just watch how I build companies. We just flip on the camera in either my office or here at Knowledge Society headquarters. I've got 70 employees. You can watch how I manage them, how I grow that, how we take new ideas, how we build new $1 million businesses, things like that. It's pretty cool. The fourth thing, you're going to get preferred access, because now I started going on live on Periscope and Facebook and Meerkat twice a week. So I used to only do it twice a month, but now all of you, if you're in the accelerator, you're the person's questions that I'll answer, which is pretty important for you, okay? And then the fifth thing is you get the motivation. We have a special motivational section. Remember, it's not what you know, it's what you're motivated enough to do. Everybody in the world knows that they should go to the gym, but they won't do it. That's the problem, you know? And everybody knows that they have an idea that they want to launch and all these kind of things. Well, it's not enough. You got to do it. And this is a whole nother conversation about motivation. But the most important thing, more than even marketing, because is motivation. So we built out a separate section for that. Okay, there's 4 super bonuses. These are worth more than the whole cost of the program. The first one's the vault. You know, people have always asked me, Tai, can I get your private talks, all the talks you've ever given in the past before you started doing stuff on YouTube? And I said, no, I'm not going to release all that stuff. I got 100 hours of private videos. I use them to train people who work in my company and all that. And when we launched in May, the accelerator, we've let in about 2,800 people since May. And right at the beginning, we weren't sure how well the program would work. And I said, you know what? Or Maya said, let's just throw in the vault. This is my past archive, about 100 hours. Let's throw this in free, because my original plan was to charge $10,000 for access to 100 hours of my own old calls. A lot of entrepreneurs will ask me for that, and they'd gladly pay 10 grand, just because I work with a lot of people that are making 20 million bucks a year. 10 grand is nothing to them. But I wanted to make this available to people that were like me. I started out with no money. I was broke. I was born to a single mom, you know, in the ghetto of Long Beach. So, you know, I didn't want to price this thing so insanely high that only rich people could get into it. So this is normally $10,000, but for those of you who get in, I've been putting this, I love this bonus. A lot of people just go in the accelerator and just listen to the vault. It's funny. They just like the vault. They're like, I don't even need that. They just like the bonus, which is kind of cool. The second thing is, I'm going to give you an annual pass like Disneyland. Annual pass to my live conference. And here's why. This is cool. So the one weakness that the accelerator had in is that we didn't have any in-person stuff. And I found that it's important to have in-person training. And in-person where you're rubbing shoulders with the right people. So I decided this year I'm going to do 6 to 8 conferences in LA, New York, and London. So the New York one is coming up on Tuesday and Wednesday. A lot of you are going. I think we sold it out. We can only hold 700 people, and we already have over 700 people. We know that a few people don't show up, so we'll be at complete max capacity. Somebody said, Tai, the vault is amazing. Jason Shress says that. I want to make a video. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to give you an annual free pass. Normally, the events are $197 or so a piece. So that's just $2,000 worth of value that I'm going to give you for free. Not only do you get a free ticket, but you also get a guaranteed spot, which is as long as you tell us ahead of time. So you can't just tell us 1 hour before. We might have sold the seats. But if you give us a heads up, we'll guarantee you a spot. Okay, the third thing. So we got the vault. We have the annual pass. So I'm going to give you guys a special bonus that I haven't released ever before. I'm going to also give this to the first 20 people. I'm going to do these cognitive bias stuff is one of the most asked for pieces of information, and I have stuff in the program about those, but I can talk about it for 100 hours because it's the inner psychology of humans. So I'm going to give you a special 3 more cognitive bias video in depth. I gave you 3 today, and I'm going to go. Now, there's stuff like that already inside the accelerator that you'll get access to, but I'm going to give you a special, even more in depth on 3 other cognitive biases that I've talked about the least. So I'm going to give that just, huh?
They got 6 because I gave them 3.
Oh, you gave them 3? Yeah. So I'm going to give you 3 more in depth that I've never talked about, but only for the first 20 people. Now, the next bonus, and the most important right now, is pricing bonus. For the first 20 people, here's what I'm going to do. So here's how it's priced. The way it used to be in 2015, and I've warned everybody for 6 months, so it's not like I'm changing last minute on everybody. So in 2016, the new pricing is $9.97 a month for the money program. Just so you know, the way it goes is there's an application and then an application fee. And it's been $9.97 one time. That gets you in the money. If you want to go in the more advanced entrepreneur or persuasion, the advanced stuff, you have to apply separately, and that's a different price. But don't worry, everything I talked about today, you'll get at the money level. But some of you, when you talk to my team, because when you apply, my team will call you. We have an onboarding team, Jason, Jeff, Terry, David, James, and they'll call you, and you can ask them the price. We have different packages if you want the more advanced stuff. Don't worry, the reason we do it separate is because that stuff's a lot more advanced, and some of you don't need the entrepreneur, some of you don't need the persuasion. So the price we're talking about today is just for the money level. For those of you who are more advanced, you can ask when you get on the call. About 20% of you should get in that higher level. So the way it's been is $9.97 one time. In 2016, it's going to be $9.97 a month. Why? Because community college college is $20,000 a year. Okay, that's like $5,000. That's like $2,000 a month, $3,000 a month, depending on where you go to school. And this stuff, to me, is built by people who did it. Remember, it's not just me teaching this program. It's insane. It's the best of the best that I brought in to do me a favor. Whether it's Mark Cuban teaches one, a billionaire. You ever learn from a billionaire, self-made billionaire? I've got the guy who owned, Gary Keller. He owns the largest residential real estate company in the world. Now, for those of you freaking out, don't worry. On this live call, I'm going to go for the first 20 people. For the first 20, I'm going to do the old pricing for you guys hanging in there and being on this call. So old pricing for you, I'm going to show a button in a second. Be ready, because this goes quick. People try to get in. They want the bonuses. They want all this stuff. When you come in, you're going to see the next page. I'm going to show a button on my website. I'm going to give you guys a URL. If you're on Facebook, you can just close. If you're on Periscope, Meerkat, I'll give you a special URL to type in. And then you just, as quickly as you can, fill out the application. It's real simple. Put in your credit card, and then you're locked in. As long as you're one of the first people to do that, you'll get in for, never have to pay more for the money program than $9.97. It's just a one-time payment for for the first people. I hope I'm clear enough because people don't always listen. $9.97 for the first 20 people, one-time fee. One-time fee. But if you snooze, okay, then it's going to the new 2016 pricing. Now, how can you get in? All right, here's how you get in. Number one, the simplest way, if you're on my website, there's now a button showing. Now go quickly underneath this video or on top. You can also call in 1-800-604-2587. Now here's an important one. If you're on Facebook Live, Meerkat or Periscope, you need to take a second, close this down. You can come back in a second. You can come back and just manually pull up Chrome or Safari or Internet Explorer and just type this in, tailopez.com. If you're on Facebook, just /Facebook. It'll take you, that way we know to give you the bonuses and lock you in at the old pricing. Tai Lopez /Facebook. If you're on Meerkat or Periscope, just type in /Periscope. Don't be afraid to close down the live chat. You can come back. tailopez.com/Facebook, or you can call in. The fourth way, you can go to tailopez.com and press help, and there's live chat or email. The fifth way, you can just email Maya at tailopez.com. Now, anything I'm missing here? Questions? There's always lots of questions. I'll need your phone there, Shun, to see the Facebook questions. People are already in the accelerator to get the bonuses. So you've gotten the vault. Some of them is the answer. Some of them. Not the one thing on the 20 for the 20 people. Shun? Hey guys. Are you bringing me a phone? Where did Shun go? Okay, if you got declined, don't have a heart attack. If you got declined, it's not a big deal. Just, we'll lock you in. We see what time you were declined. We'll count you as the first 20 people. That's not a big deal. Somebody said, all right, what questions do we have here? Ty is ill and still balling. Ty, I want to get an accelerator, but right now I'm focused on Forex. Okay. Does $9.97 one-time fee cover access to the vault? Yes, Frank Martinez. You leaving, Sean? Okay. I want accelerator, but my parents won't support me. Yeah, sometimes parents won't support you. You got to figure out how to make money yourself. Now, for those of you who don't have enough money, let me just tell you this. One of my mentors, Joel Salatin, used to say, whenever someone tells you they don't have the money, just add one word for that, or two words for that. People always find money for the things they want. And in our lives, if you do the math, we've always had money. We just spent it. Even when I was broke and a kid, I always got $100 here, $200 there. And if you don't have an opportunity fund open up in your bank account, you are treading on dangerous waters because you're going to miss opportunities for the rest of your life. And I've found that if you don't save up some cash, you always miss out on stuff. I've missed out on huge opportunities. Buying Maxim magazine, buying a percentage of a pro basketball team, an NBA basketball team. And so you have to reallocate how you invest your money. It really comes down that simple. Other questions? Brasida said, hello, you had $47, remember? Yes, but luckily, after the first thing I did was start saving money. Once I had that $47, and I saved up enough money to buy that Corey Rudel program so that when that opportunity came, I was able to take advantage. So I had $47 at one point, but I got myself out of that as quickly as I could, you know? Let's see here. Amara Chantal joined. Why do they show that? That's interesting. Okay, what other questions? Should you invest in books? Sure. One of the things we do as we go through the program, I'm going to take you through the best books that you should go through. We do 2 a month. So I'm going to show you how to read 2 important books a month. Do I have an affiliate program? Yes. Can you pay with PayPal? Yes. If you want to pay with PayPal, you simply just go to the help or call in, and they'll give you a PayPal number, or you can email maya@tailopez.com. Most people don't make $1,000 a month. Let's talk about scarcity. Most people in the world live in scarcity, and it's amazing to me. You know, I didn't grow up around anybody who had any money, and so what I didn't realize is how you can sit over there. It's okay. Just stay close enough. I can talk to you. You can't imagine how much abundance there is out there in the world. And you have 2 choices. You can get mad about it, or you can figure out how to join up with it. And I know there was a time in my life to imagine. Oprah Winfrey has a great story. There was a time in her life. Maddie, are you updating stuff?
Oh, yeah, like crazy.
You are?
Oh, I'm doing the post declines right now.
You're doing what? Posting?
Posting declines and decline sales. And,
Oh, okay. Do you need Shun to help you?
I've got it now, and I'm just getting everything.
Okay, because it's not that updated. Can you help, Shun?
Yeah.
Or does it make sense to just have one person do it if there's 4 people in the room? It's hard to fathom how much money there is in the world when you're broke. Oprah Winfrey has a story where when she got her first salary at a job, it was something like $3,000 a month. And her dad said, you know this is the most money you'll ever make in your life. And the cycle of poverty had set them in a mindset that they'll never make more. You know, that 3,000 is the most you'll ever make. And thank God she was not limited by that. And some of you are super self-limiting. For you, Joel Salton used to tell me, when you want something, go figure a way to make the money. Every person, even when I was broke, it was funny. I remember being in the ghetto, playing basketball, projects. And I didn't live in the projects. I lived right next door to the projects in North Carolina. And the projects were rough. And I remember people always had nice shoes. They would save up money just for the shoes, because shoes was a status symbol there. And when my mentor years later told me people always have money for the things that they consider status, I realized, isn't that true? But what if we had been taught growing up, don't get the shoes until you have the cash flow generating machine? Update that more often. Until you have the cash flow generating machine that you can buy as many shoes as you want. One of my friends told me, so one of the guys in the program, you guys are going to find out about in the accelerator, his name's Cole Hatter. And Cole was a fireman. It's a cool video, you'll see it. It's one of the mini talks. And he was a fireman, and he got hit by a drunk driver, and he was paralyzed from the waist down. Eventually, over time, he got the use of his legs back, but for a while, he was paralyzed. Imagine that. You wake up, you're paralyzed. So he couldn't be a fireman anymore. Then, after that, he lost his job. Then, after that, he lost his income. So now he went out and said, I got to learn real estate. So he started investing in real estate. But he didn't know how to do it. So he took a course. And when he took this course, he was in a big seminar, like a big hotel seminar, and he's there. And at the end, they said, if you've been helped on this 3-day seminar course, we've got an advanced course for you to take, and I think it was $3,000. And he was there with his friend. And he said to his friend, man, we should invest in this $3,000 course on how to invest in real estate. This stuff was pretty helpful. I want to learn more. By the way, for those of you whose cards declined, please just call in and email in so we can hold your spot at the original $997 one-time payment, please. Okay? So Cole says he looks at his friend. He says, "Let's spend the $3,000. I'll buy my class for $3,000. You buy yours for $3,000." He said his friend goes, "No way, man. I am going on a vacation to Hawaii with my girlfriend." And Cole said, "Man, let's buy the course, figure out how to make money, and then we can buy a vacation home in Hawaii and go on vacation every month if we want to." And that was the difference between rich thinking and poor person's thinking. His friend thought like a poor person. He was just trying to get momentary pleasure without thinking of the long term. Cole, and you know what happened? The friend took the path of least resistance. His friend went out, did not invest the $3,000 in real estate. Cole Hatter went, invested in real estate. He eventually spent $200,000 on investing in knowledge for himself, on how to be better at investing in real estate. He's done over 200 real estate deals. 90% of them, he didn't even have to put his own money down, or more than 5%. He used hard money lending. He got other investors, and he's bought anywhere from single-family homes all the way up to 200-person apartment buildings. And now Cole Hatter lives in Orange County. He comes up here once a month. We hang out. We're friends. And think of the difference. It was the same $3,000 that his friend had and he had. One friend took the path of least resistance, did not invest in himself, didn't create a cash-generating machine, and didn't get what he wanted. Cole postponed temporary pleasure for a second in order to build the knowledge base in his own brain so that he could go to Hawaii whenever he wants. And sure enough, you know, he became a multimillionaire before he was 30, or a millionaire. I'm not sure, multimillionaire, but, you know, not bad. All right, other questions. What do I think is the best investment, real estate or stocks? I don't think on quite like that. There is no best investment. It depends on your skill set. It's kind of like what's the best sport. Well, it depends which one you're good at. All right, for those of you whose card was declined, I see quite a few. It could be because you're from another country, could be various reasons. Don't worry. All you got to do is very simply call in or go to tailopez.com, click help, and there's live chat, or email maya@tailopez.com. All right, I'm going to give you guys an hour to fix it. As long as you fix the decline in an hour, we'll count you as the first, people to get in, and you'll only pay one-time fee of $997 for the money program. Now, remember, after you fill out the application and put in your card info, the next page, you got to schedule your call. So schedule your call for tomorrow. Be on the call with my onboarding team. They'll explain everything to you. We got 10 minutes left, okay? For those of you not sure what you want to do, I don't have a good answer for you. Some people are just good at taking opportunities, and a lot of people miss out. Don't be one of those people who miss out. That's one thing I've learned. All right, can you pull this up again? You have this? Oh, here, I got it. More issue questions here. Now, if you're on Facebook, just go to tailopez.com/Facebook. Close out the chat, the live stream, and go to tailopez.com/Facebook. If you're on Periscope, tailopez.com/Periscope. Meerkat, tailopez.com/Meerkat. Tai, what's a good real estate course to take online? The Accelerator has stuff on real estate. Where did you meet Mark Cuban? He was here at my place. What else? Now this thing is, I think we blew up. Now it's not streaming through here anymore either. Try to come in and out of this, see if it, fairly sure we exploded Facebook Live. I'm not sure, I've had this problem a few times. Tai, do you have training on your membership site? Yeah, that's what this whole program is. Investing in Facebook ads. We talk about advertising, marketing, Google ads, Facebook ads, yep. Tai, t-shirt idea, Tai. Don't be a misser-outer. Yeah, remember what the great Alexander the Great said. There's two types of people in the world, cowards and conquerors. And I always tell people, man, if you want to be successful, experiment with a lot of stuff. I spend from $50,000 to $100,000 a month on experiments and knowledge for myself. I spent probably more, but I spend a lot. I tried purchasing the accelerator, got 3 of my cards got declined. Ariel Ruby Rosa. Don't worry, we'll have you locked in, Ariel. If you could just call in, could be various reasons cards decline. Ty, what's your advice for young people like me? Don't think about yourself as a young person. The market and the economy doesn't care about age. Bill Gates started working on Microsoft at 12. Steven Spielberg started making movies at 7. You know, basic movies that weren't obviously E.T., but don't think about age. Same with if you're old and you're watching this. Better late than never. That's what Joel Salatin used to tell me. Ty, if you raise capital from friends, family, do you guarantee to pay them back? It depends. If you give them equity, which is stock, then that's not guaranteed by law. If you take on financing debt, a promissory note, then depending on the terms of the note, you might be guaranteeing them. Sometimes you personally guarantee, sometimes you don't. But there's nothing guaranteed in this world except, what do they say, death and taxes? Ty, will you be in Phoenix anytime soon? Not sure. What other questions? Herman, are you ready to come on soon?
Yep.
Can investing $100 be profitable, or do you need more? When you don't have much money, if you have under $10,000, usually the best investment is in knowledge in your own brain. I find that to be the best investment. Because with $100, even with, there's 2 things that you look for as an investor. ROI or ROTA, return on tangible assets, or return on investment, or IRR, and internal rate of return. But also, it's the amount of capital deployed. So if you're making 20% ROI on your money, but you only deployed $100, it's not that much. Oh, this is, Facebook says we have 4 minutes and 55 seconds left. That's interesting. Then we'll have to do another one.
Really? You have to read
Yeah.
Yeah, every 2 hours.
Okay, where else? What is the best investment you ever made in besides yourself? Probably that Corey Rudel course, or maybe investing, going there, being friends with Herman. Yeah, that's been a very costly one. All the trauma. Herman is a genius. You didn't spell his name right. Daniel Hatcher said, easy one, Tai Lopez. Herman was talking about being healthy. What are you going to do to get better? For me, the way I get better the quickest is sleep.
Yep. I talked about that too.
Did you talk about that?
Yeah, and your naps and everything.
Those of you declined, one thing we can do, let me give you the PayPal link. You can just do a PayPal. Which PayPal should we use, Shun? Okay. For those of you declined, you can, I'm getting the alert that I should tell you the PayPal. PayPal, just do this. It's Ty, my name, is T-A-L. That's an L. Promotions. This is an old PayPal I've had for like 11 years. So this one works. If you were declined or there's any issue, just instead of filling out the application, we'll send you the application. Just send $9.97 to here, ty@talpromotions.com. But just do it if you're declined, because it's more complicated, because we don't have the application and the time set and all that. But if you were declined, this is just for the declines. TAI at TAL, that's an L, promotions. Remember, promotions, PROMOTIONS.com. That's my PayPal. Oops. How do I get, man, this phone is a pain. Why do you like this phone? Shun, can you come back on? Where's he going? You have to leave Shun here.
My wife just got.
Send Pete or somebody. Make friends with people. 10 years. What? I'm not sure what that is. How do I learn to read quickly? That's a whole nother conversation.
Well, one of the
Yeah, I'd take a course on how to read. Tai, your biggest failure lesson? Not testing pricing. One time I did a pricing test and realized I would have probably made an extra $28 million had I changed the pricing. Oh, is your wife and kids here?
Yeah.
They should come on the camera. Herman's wife and kids showed up. They should come around. All right, machine gun boxing. Tai, I haven't received my iPad mini yet. Can you follow up on that, Josh? Yeah. Machine gun boxing. Somebody said, what's your address? I got a mixtape. Is that for me? I can't tell if that was a question for me. What other questions do we have? What do I think about starting a book club? Yeah, I have a book club. Hey, come say hello. Hey, high five. Mateo, Lucas. Woo! Here, look at the camera. Wait, no, you have to come back here further. They can't see you here. Come here, say hello.
It's Mateo and Lucas.
Mateo and Lucas. Why is your hat so low? You gotta go like, here, wait, put it on this way. You don't like it that way? It looks better. Are you guys good at marketing?
Yeah, they will be.
Are you guys gonna be good at jujitsu? Mm-hmm. Did you see the Lamborghini? Was it out there?
Mm-hmm. The Ferrari, I think, was out there.
Did you like the Ferrari?
Yeah.
Or the Lamborghini?
Lamborghini.
Why?
Because it's black and shiny.
You like black better than red cars?
Black and shiny.
Yeah.
Why?
Because,
Should I take you driving in them sometime?
yeah. Yeah.
What? But you won't even be able to see. Oh, Facebook went off. Okay, so reset Facebook for Herman's thing. Lamborghini. Wow, there's 15,000 people on Facebook. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Lucas likes cameras.
You like to be on camera? You guys are like your dad. All right, Herman, you want to come on here? We got 2 minutes left. Your dad, you can do questions with your dad. I got to go lay down before I faint.
Yeah, Ty's sick, and my wife is camera shy.
You have to turn your, man?
It's on.
Hello, test it, 1, 2, 3.
Is this mic A?
Microphone check, 1, 2. Somebody said they got punched in the face yesterday for real. What? That's not good.
What are we doing next? The
Q&A.
Q&A, and then what
About
about the iPads
accelerator,
and stuff?
iPad mini contest. Let me post on Snapchat.
Is this working already, or you want me to get the other microphone?
Yeah.
All right, lights, camera, action.
Live here at
Should
Tai
have the
Lopez.
kids.
Say hi, guys.
Those are
Okay.
my little men, Mateo and Lucas.
They're marketing masters. We're going to teach them everything we
Yeah.
wish we had learned.
You know, I told, me and my wife talked about that, and we said,
Wait, you have to come in the camera, Herman.
well, you have all these. Tai has so many cameras, and we talked about the $10,000 hour rule
Yes.
on business. We're gonna do it because
Yeah.
we're like, sports is good, but if they fail or they get injured, he was injured bad, or something like that, then they might not make it. But in business, we're gonna do the 10,000 hour rule with these little guys. They're my experiment. So you see them dancing now; they'll be dancing a lot more when they're 20 years old with $1 million in their pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, breakdancing.
All right.
Is this microphone working now?
Here.
Okay.
Just put this on. It's better.
That's okay. I'm good.
You guys look like you're matching.
He doesn't want to go.
They can stay on.
Yeah, okay, they can stay. So we'll keep taking questions. Like I said, guys, my specialty is neuroscience. Sorry if these guys are distracting, but they've never been here, and I'm like, I've been promising them that they were going to come and see Tai one day, and here they are. They just got back from, the whole family just moved from North Carolina. I'm going to do this for a second so that it's not on the way. So it's not on the way, and there you go. and we're just settling in. We've been here. Well, they've been here for like a week, or not even a week, just a few days. So they're excited. They're looking at the koi fish, the pond, the koi pond behind us. But we'll keep taking questions. Yeah, any questions about the accelerator? Let me, just to emphasize what Ty was saying about buying programs, I'm going to give you 2 examples where I bought programs that helped me be more successful and where I am today. One time, actually, I did a real estate program. It was like $2,000 from, it was Donald Trump University, which unfortunately later on it got sued or something like that, and they shut it down. But it was one of the most amazing courses I've ever done in my life. Much better than traditional schooling. It was, I don't know if any of you in there have done it before. And, I got it was a 6-month course. I became certified in real estate investing. And it got me started on real estate stuff. And then the other one was a course I did on eBay sales. When I was a student, I'm like, I wanted to make extra money, so I'm like, what can I do? So I bought this. It was $250. I didn't have that much money, and I did this eBay course, and I wasn't making millions, but it helped. I made my money back for sure. So for those of you who are skeptical about buying courses, don't be. I mean, remember when I talked to you guys about what's the worst that can happen when when you're stressed or whatever? What's the worst that can happen? Let's say you do spend $997, and in most of our programs we do money back guaranteed, and B, it's like, so you lost $1,000, but you gained a whole bunch of knowledge. It's not the 67 steps, which a lot of you are familiar and are a member, in my opinion, and I'm sure. In fact, I want you guys to say it here in the Meerkat, Periscope, Facebook, on the website. Do you think $67 for the 67 steps is cheap? Because in my opinion, when Ty told me that he was selling the 67 steps for $67, I said, that's way too cheap. It should be, at least $1,000 or more or whatever. Because the math that I did was the following. I said, if you do an average book, it's what, $20? Let's say $20 is an average book. There's some that are more, there's some that are less. We just bought. Ty now wants to learn more about biology and genetics and all that stuff, and I just bought a whole bunch of textbooks. We spent $700 on like 6 books. So now those books are a lot more expensive, right? I bought a molecular biology book, a general biology, chemistry. I'm going to be mentoring Ty on more science stuff because he likes to learn. But let's say the average book is $20. 4 books equals $80. Now, the information he's giving you is $67. So it's almost like 3 books. You could say it's almost equivalent to 3 books. And what happens? The information you have in 67 steps, is about 50 hours of information. And it's a compilation of thousands of books. He grabbed a whole bunch of nuggets from all different types of books in business, in health, in happiness, in stock market, whatever, real estate, and just gave you a whole overview of things in a summarized way. So it's almost like going to school. Now, when you go to school, let's say you're at university, you're paying thousands of dollars for an education. You're anywhere you go. Sorry if my little guy's distracting you. Lucas, anda con mamá. Vaya. If they're distracted, vaya. I'll be right there. Okay, I'll go play soccer in a minute. Ty just bought some soccer goals for the backyard, and they're excited. They want to go play. So once I'm done here, we're going to go play soccer. But anyways, education costs thousands of dollars, right? You go to school, you pay for a lot. And what does teachers teach you? They grab a book. They're like, okay, let's pretend this is a math book. I'm a teacher in math. I read this book, and I teach you what's on this book. I'm a biology teacher. I grab this book in biology, and I teach you what's on that book. And so on and so forth. what is Tai doing? He's grabbing not only personal knowledge of stuff that he knows and experience, but he's also grabbing the knowledge in the books. You go to you go to him, and he teaches everything he knows, and that's what it is. Now, for $67, I'm like, there's no course. There's nothing you can take that's like that cheap. There's, even if you hire a personal tutor, it will at $20 an hour, right? In 3 hours, you're already at $60. He ain't going to spend 60 hours with you teaching you what Ty's teaching you for $67. I can guarantee you that. The same thing with the accelerator programs. They're extremely valuable. There's a lot more information. There's a lot of advanced stuff on the more advanced classes. Stuff from professionals, from other scientists, from investors, from angel investors, whatever, you name it, it's there. So I always tell people, it's like, don't be scared. It's not crazy. It's not a lot of money. It's not, even though it might sound, you might be 14 years old, 15, 20. You might be making $500 a month. It ain't that crazy. $1,000 is not crazy. Like Tai said, if somebody would have given me this program when I was 20 years old, I would have eaten it up. If some of the stuff that I know now, I would have learned before. See, when I caught that book, Think and Grow Rich, I was already like 29 years old or 28. I was already a lot older. I'm like, why couldn't I have seen this book when I was 18? I guarantee you my whole world and life dynamics would be different. So don't be scared. Just do it, like Nike says. So let's take some more questions. How much money does he have? Who? Tai or me? And like we always say, a few dollars. Let's see. Somebody won the iPad December 7th, but nobody contacted you. Send us an email. I'm sure we have proof that you won it, and there's no scams here. We really give away iPads and iPhones and whatever. What else? Let's see. Dude, where is Tai, and what did you do to him? Well, Tai's sick, so I send him home. I said, go rest. I usually am not here towards the end of the calls. Tai is, but it's the first time, in a long, at least since he started 67 Steps, that I see him sick. So I said, I'll help out. I'll take questions. Remember, guys, I'm not just a scientist. I do own 2 different businesses, so I know a lot about business. I failed in business. I succeeded in business. And I've created $1 million businesses as well. So you can ask me questions as well. How do they do the iPad? Let's do one giveaway now.
Well, we have to do all at the same time.
Oh, all at the same time? So it's okay.
We ask a question, and then they answer the question.
And then I pick the question I like?
Yeah. Well, so this is.
Sorry, I'm getting trained on how you guys get the iPad, so bear with me if you want to win one.
Can we wait for about 10 minutes?
We'll wait for 10 minutes. So let's keep taking questions. Let's put some here on the scroller. And you're right, nobody's income matters. So people asking questions about income, who cares? It's like, you need to think about your income. Books on understanding the reptilian brain. There's one called Web Influence. There's lots of books. If you send me an email, my information, or Facebook, you can find me on Facebook. Just type in Herman Garcia Fresco. And that's German. That's German. It's spelled like German, Herman. Garcia, Garcia. Fresco, Fresco. Okay? Do you recommend Think and Grow Rich? Yes, I do recommend it. You guys, a lot of you guys from the phone Meerkat and Periscope came in late to one of my talk, but Think and Grow Rich was the first book that inspired me to do things differently. So read it. I love that book. It's one of the best books, I believe, in the history of books. How to get rich fast. Now, okay, I'll tell you. You can buy lottery tickets, and maybe you're lucky enough and win money. But I never play lottery. I never buy tickets. I think it's a waste of time. Some people can get rich fast, but those are flukes. Just be realistic and know that the majority of people have to work hard to make money. It's not easy. It doesn't come that easy. And a lot of you in there might start commenting like, oh, I made this much and I make this much and it only took me a year. It takes more than that, especially to make, deca millions, 10 million or more. It's not that easy. Let me see more questions here. What should teenagers do to improve? That's a good question, because this is something I'm going to tell my teenage boys when they become teenagers. One is keep learning. It sounds cliche, but keep learning. Train. Make yourself available for different experiences. If there's something you want to learn, look for sources to where you can learn, not just a book or online viewing. If, let's say, you're interested in mechanics and how cars work, go to a mechanic shop and talk to the guy and say, hey, I'm willing to come here for free. I'll tell you something that my employees do, or my employees used to do. So I had kids that would come I have an adventure park in North Carolina. It's called Extreme Park Adventures, for those of skeptical people that don't believe anything. Extreme Park Adventures. Me and another guy own it in North Carolina. And it's extreme with an X, by the way, no E in the front. Extreme Park Adventures. And our employees, the way we hire them at the beginning when I started was they would come and volunteer. They'd be like, can I just come and work with you so we can learn? I want to learn more about paintball, blah, blah. I don't care. You don't have to pay me. Just let me play once in a while. That is a great way. People like me and most people appreciate. It's not that we're trying to abuse people. And now I don't even do that anymore. When somebody comes to me, it's like, man, I just want to work for you. Yeah, you don't have to pay me. At the beginning, I was short in cash when I started the business, so I accepted some of those trades. But now I'm like, no, I'll pay you anyways. But I like the attitude. I like somebody coming to me and saying, I'll work for free. We've had people at Knowledge Society come and say, hey, I'm willing to work for free. No, you don't have to work for free. Apply. We'll interview you. If we like you, you match. If we think it's a good match, we're going to hire you. I'll tell you, when I did my PhD, I had already been accepted to several schools to do my PhD. I was already accepted. I was about to go to UPenn, University of Pennsylvania. And I went to a talk in Columbia University in New York. And in this talk, there was this guy. His name was Dr. Bhatt, B-H-A-T. He's the director in neuroscience now at in a university in Texas. And after his talk, I was like, man, that is exact science that I want to do. That is what I want to research. He was doing a lot of transgenic mice and doing really cool science, creating mutant versions of rodents. And I loved it. So what I did, right after he finished his talk, I went up to him. And he always tells this story. It's funny. He still had his microphone on. And I went running to stage, and I said, hi, my name is Herman. I just got accepted to some universities, but I think I want to work in your lab. So I don't care what I have to do. I don't care if I'm not a student. I'll work as a technician, but give me the chance to be in your lab. And he has his mic, and people were laughing because his microphone was on. He finally got off stage. He's like, come see me tomorrow in my lab. I went the next day. My professor, I didn't have a car. My professor at my university in New York gave me a ride, and I brought my resume. I sat with him, and in 5 minutes, he's like, you're hired, And why? Because he loved the fact that I didn't care about, if I was going to be a student, what was my stipend, how much I was going to get paid. I told him, which was a mistake of mine at that time. I said, I don't care how much you pay me. Just let me work with you. I promise you, you won't regret it. And he didn't regret it because I became his #1 student. And the next year, what I did is I applied to the university. That was Mount Sinai Medical School. I applied to Mount Sinai Medical School, and I got in. And I was already a year ahead in my program because I already was working with him. I had already published something. It was awesome. So the point being, for you who asked, I'm a teenager, what should I do? Is go beyond what you're asked. Go ask for things. People are going to give them to you. If you're have a genuine interest in what you're trying to do, people appreciate that. I like that. I like when people come and tell me, I want to do this, okay? Obviously, people have to have time and room and resources to allow that to happen. But if they do, then you're going to be welcome. All right, more questions. What should a 16-year-old sophomore do to prepare for the future? It's kind of the same question, but same thing. Now, I'm not opposed to college or no college. I believe, you can go. What I tell my wife is that when my kids get older, I'm going to say two things to them. You can go to college and get a career and go that path. That's what my family did. That's what I did, even though I became an entrepreneur. But if you don't have a plan, you don't like school, you don't want to go to school, have another plan. It's like, what are you going to do? You want to do a business? I'll help you start the business. I will help my children. If they're like, you know what, Dad, school is not for me, I'll know if school is not for them. I can tell when somebody, it's just school is not for them. And I'll be like, well, okay, let's sit down and plan out a business, for you to start and, learn. Or here's where you should go work to gain knowledge. Or this is what, So there's many things. How can I afford living when I'm working for free? Well, you can always work part-time somewhere that you don't. Let's say you're working part-time in McDonald's. You work 3 times a week, 4 times a week just to get by while you're volunteering on the week. When people are like, oh, if I work for free, then I can't do anything. You can volunteer. Look, in my park, those guys that would come and work for free would come 1 time a week on Saturdays or Sundays and work for free. That's it, 1 day. So don't tell me, because no matter what job you do, you are going to have at least 1 day off. That day off, go and work for free somewhere. Go offer your services somewhere. Go tell somebody, I want to learn from you. That's what you do. That's how you do it. So don't say you don't have time, because time, when I was a student in my undergrad, I was taking, if you don't believe me, one day I can bring my transcripts. I was taking, the minimum amount of credits I took on a semester was 22 credits. 22. You need 12 to be a full-time student, so almost doubling. The most I ever took was 28, which is more than double of a full-time student. You know how many classes is 28 credits? I had to ask special permission from professors and the director of my department to say, can I please take more classes? I was an A student, so they didn't have a problem letting me do that. But the point is, don't tell me people have no time. Because on top of that, on top of me doing 24 hours of schooling, 24 credit hours in school, I also worked 20 hours part-time at the university. I was only allowed to work 20 hours because that's the maximum allowed hours to work as a student when you're full-time. So I also worked 20 hours. And on top of that, I was part of the karate club. I was part of the swimming club. It wasn't like I wasn't competitively swimming, but I was swimming every day. And I was in the breakdance club. So I was breakdancing every night around 8, 9 p.m. We would get together and practice. So never, ever tell me about you don't have time, because I know what not having time means. And it means you have a lot of time, okay? You still can make up time to do stuff. So don't procrastinate. Just do it. Don't find excuses. See, what you guys are doing by doing that is setting yourselves up to, when you're looking for excuses, you'll find them. If I don't want to do this, I'm like, well, I'm tired today, or, I have to go to the grocery store, and then I have to do this, and then I have to do that, and then I have to do that. You'll always find something why not to do it. The key is to revert that and say, no, I don't care. I'm going to get this done. If there's one thing I can say great about Tai, well, I can say many great things, but if there's one thing that I'm like, this is where Tai is really good, it's when he gets something on his mind, where he's like, I think I'm going to do this. 5 minutes later, if he can, he's doing it. 1 hour, 5 minutes, the next day, he's doing it. Like, he'll have an idea. We'll sit down and be like, Tai, let's think of a next product, blah, blah. I think we should do this. If he says, I like that idea, the next day it's like he's already has a plan. He's already started. He already called people. I'm like, wait. I feel like I'm having to catch up with him. That is a great skill to have. And that's something, if you're young, develop that. All right. Next question. Are we hiring? Yes, we're hiring. So if you're interested in working for us, we're looking for we're people in support. We're looking for people in marketing. We're looking for people. Are we looking for people in video still? I think we need one more editor. So yes, we're currently hiring. We have 70 employees. We're trying to move up to 150. So there's space and then go to tailopez.com, careers, apply. I have to tell you that there is Mike behind me with this cap? I have to tell you that there is a cognitive test. If you pass that, and then you come to the interview process, and if we think you're a good match, you'll be hired. It's very simple. Okay, next question. Let's see. Okay, as an astrophysicist, I was always wondering about the combination between science and business in college. That's kind of what I did right now. I've always, I became an expert, you can say, in science, and then I started doing business, and I'm becoming more of an expert in business. Now I've been doing it since, 2004 about 12 years doing business, so pretty experienced in it now. And now I'm looking for a way to merge things. That's part of the health product that we're launching with Tai. We want to do a meal replacement that includes nootropics in it, and so on and so forth. So the answer to your question is yes, you can. You can combine it. You just have to find it. Hey, Mike. Herman, I live in the East Coast. Will you guys open an office in New York City? We do have a small office in New York City. We're not currently hiring there. Right now, all the hires are here in the West Coast. So if you're willing to move here, we get a lot of people moving out here. We just got a new hire from Texas that joined us last week. She just moved in. So take that chance. Take that leap. Move. More questions? What is a good brain food? Lots of food. I'll give you just a few. Omega-3 or omega-6 fatty acids. It's good. It's good for your myelin. I talked today about green vegetables. If they have tryptophan, phenylalanine, that's good for mood disorders. There's lots of stuff. I would say wait for our health products to come out and videos, and we'll be teaching you a lot about that. Ginkgo biloba, it's a good product too. Bacopa monnieri, there's tons of them. Next. How do I balance my science, studies, family, life, and business? Like I said, there's always time. I mean, look, my kids and my wife are here right now. They came to pick me up. We're going to hang out. We're going to play soccer right after this talk. So it's Saturday, so I'm kind of working. But see, to me, work is not work. If you're enjoying what you're doing, you like what you do, it's not considered work. To me, work, you know what work is to me? Having to get up in the morning and give breakfast to my kids. That's work. That's a chore that I'm like, I have to think or have to think about what we're going to eat at night. Or, that is work for me. And that I don't like. And that is work for Tai too. And that's why he finally is making enough money that he doesn't have to think about that. Now he has a chef, and he has this, and he has that, and they have to think about it. So work for him is not work. It's like me. Work for me is not work. So I'm here on a Saturday afternoon. Somebody might say, man, you're working on a Saturday. I'm like, no, I'm having fun. I'm talking to you guys. Everybody has very nice questions. I'm saying stuff that I like. It's not real work. And I have time after this. I'm going to have time to hang out with my family. I had time to hang out with my family when I woke up this morning. I had breakfast with them and hang out with my friends that came from North Carolina. And I'm going to go back and hang out with them again. So it's very easy to balance it. It's when you're stuck in a job that you hate. It's when you're stuck in a job that you hate when you really don't have time to hear anything, because you're so concentrated on hating your job and not wanting to do it and being stressed about it and tired that then that affects everything in your life that comes after that. The more you earn, the more you learn. Yes, the more you learn, the more you earn. That's true. There is some correlation. Now, be careful, because there's lots of teachers out there that know a lot of stuff, but they don't have a lot of money. So it's not the more you learn, the more you earn. The more you learn and know how to apply those principles, the more you earn. That would be my comment. Do we provide internship for international students? That is a good question. I did comment that on HR not too long ago. I have a friend from Argentina coming in 2 weeks to work with me for a month. He's a molecular biologist. His specialty is in senescence and aging. So he's going to do like an internship. So we're figuring out the details. So if you're interested in doing an internship from another country, send us an email. Actually, send me an email, because I am going to personally, and it's German, GERMAN, at knowledgesociety.com. Knowledge Society with a K, KNOW, ledgesociety.com. And send me an email if you're interested. If you're in another country, we can see. I'm trying to figure out how to do that, because I do like bringing talent from other countries. It brings a different perspective. They have different cultural values, and it's good for your experience. Can you refresh that one? You need me to sign something? Yeah. Sorry, guys. Did they watch both?
Yeah. All three, actually.
All three? Okay, cool.
Sweet. Thank you.
Would you prefer to learn from someone who is broke? Well, that question. If that person who is broke was trying to teach me about money, I would say probably not. If that person who is broke is a brilliant chess master, yeah, I would learn chess for him, no doubt. So that's what you need to do. When you're learning, it's like there's certain people that I don't mind learning from, and there's certain, like my wife's a dentist. If I have any questions about teeth, of course I'm going to ask her, because she's an expert. I'm not. But if I have questions about, I don't know, the financial situation in South America, probably I'm not going to go to my wife. She's not a South American, political expert. I'm probably going to call a friend in Argentina who's in politics and economics, and I'm going to say, hey, what's going on in Argentina? So the answer is yes and no. You can only learn from your broke friend stuff that you know that he can give you value. He might be a great parent. He might be broke. He might suck with money. He might be broke because he did one bad business deal, but he was good at other stuff. He might give you good business advice. He might have been broke, like I said. The stock market crashed and his company went to hell, but he can still give you some insight knowledge on how to run a business. So just make sure, you validate what you're learning with the people, make sure you know. Sometimes your best friend or the guy next to you or your parents are not the best teachers. And I'm not saying your parents aren't. I'm saying they're not. And it's not that it's not in their best interest, and they're not trying to be mean. They're not trying to hurt you. But in a sense, they are without you knowing. So if you want to know something, go to the source. If you can go to the highest source, like Tai now, he'll be like, I want to talk to Mark Cuban if I want to know about investment. I'm not going to talk to this guy here that runs a little car wash. Not that there's anything wrong, but he already understands how to run a car wash. He knows what he knows. He needs to go to the next level. So go to the next level. And when you can't afford or you don't have the context to go to the next level, what you do is that's when you get books or go online. Today, guys, with the technology, if I had Facebook and YouTube on all this crap when I was 18, my life would be different right now. I guarantee you. It's like I love the technology that we have today. The technology that you guys have that I haven't seen when I was young, it's like take advantage of it. You can learn anything for free on the internet. I guarantee you right now, you can type in, how do I learn more about dopamine and the reptilian brain on YouTube, and you will find tons of videos about it and get a general overview. And then you can go and get books. I mean, it's insane. Will I be pre-register at the conference Monday? No. I will be at the conference. I'll be a speaker, but I'm not going to be registering people, but I will be there. Tips for being a good student and getting good grades. I've always gotten good grades, and part of it is because I understand. I kind of always got it. It's like I never had a hard time learning, you could say. And one of the things that I had in my life was when I was in high school, my first year of high school, we had a class where they taught you how to learn. It's weird. I've never seen that before. Although somebody mentioned that there's some schools that are now implementing something similar. So it was a class that they taught me how to learn. It was a non-graded class. It was mandatory, and it taught you how to summarize, how to read better, how to find the main points on a book or a chapter or a paragraph, how to use flashcards, how to use mind mapping, so many things. And I think that class just revolutionized the way I studied and the way I learned. So, and be consistent. So, and now here's another tip. If you're a student, here's my phone. If you're a student and you're sitting trying to study and you have your phone right next to you, your iPad, your computer in front of you, the TV on with and then a music player in the background, I can almost guarantee you're not going to learn as efficient as if you're in one room with no distractions trying to focus and learn. So I guess that's one of the best tips I can give you. It's like if you want to learn, go solitary and learn. Some people are like, oh, I learn better with music. But you know what happens? When you take an exam for your class, for your school, if that music is not next to you, it's not going to, some people can get mind block because they need the song. So once they hear the song, it helps them prime the questions. So it's better if you do visual stuff instead of music. So draw things, get schemes and stuff, sketches. Then that will prime your brain instead of a song. So do not study with music. Even though you think it's so effective, it's not. It is, I guarantee you it's not. Okay, let's see here. So this one, who's this one? I don't know if it's stuck on the questions. Hey, guys. How do you impress teachers? Well, don't suck up to them. So this one hasn't shown any. I don't know if nobody's asking questions or. Okay.
Yeah, I'll get you a phone.
That's okay. I don't know if it's. You don't have to kiss us to your teachers, okay? Don't do that. Don't bring the shiny apple and be like, hi, teacher. If you want to impress your teachers, like, let's say when I teach, and I used to teach a lot, I used to teach underprivileged kids in New York City about science and math. I tutored a lot. And the things that impress me are, when people do by motus proprio, which means by their own motives, by me not telling them to do stuff. Where it's like you go out of your way and you're like, this is what I done, or I finished my product, I'm finished my math. Asking questions. Look, I have one of my best friends. It's not one of my best friends because he had questions. When I was a senior in college, I was a teaching assistant for which class? So I was a teaching assistant for biochemistry, for chemistry, and for genetics. He was in the genetics class. So I was a senior in biology in my career. I was about to graduate. He was a freshman. And I had this guy that would always come and ask me questions, always asking me questions, always asking. You know what happened when I graduated? When I graduated and I went to do my PhD, I did something pretty clever, which was I told my boss, I said, can I hire a personal assistant that helps me with experiments? And so it's kind of like an internship for them as an undergrad. It helps me, and it doesn't cost you a penny. So my boss said, sure, as long as he's not a numbnut and is not wasting our reagents and chemicals and breaking things, that's fine. So guess who I called? I was like, who could I use? And I said, the guy that was always asking me questions seems to be curious. Because he didn't just ask me questions about what's going to be in the exam. That's one thing that doesn't impress any teacher. Is that going to be in the exam? Do never ask that. I've never asked if that was going to be in the exam. That's stupid. It's like, I hate that. When people ask me that, I'll say yes, and then I won't put it. Okay? So this guy would ask me stuff, like smart stuff. He'd be like, oh, why is this? Or what do you think genetically happens here? Or da-da-da. So then I called him, and now we're best friends. He lives in Texas now. Arizona and Tucson. and we've been friends forever. But he came and he actually did his undergrad thesis in my laboratory with me when he graduated, 4 years later. So it was pretty cool. And first he came for free. Then my boss said, okay, he can work as a technician, and we paid him hourly. And then he decided to do his thesis with us, and he graduated and published a thesis on my lab. And the only thing he did was ask questions when I was the TA. So good way to impress people. Don't ask there's no stupid questions, just stupid people, I always say. But just make sure you ask intelligent questions, okay? Let's see. How long have I lived in the U.S.? I've been here since 1998. I arrived to the U.S. on the day of my birthday, which was the first day of class when I was doing my undergrad. So I've been here quite a while. Does anybody have any more accelerator questions? Okay. Let's see. Okay, do we have the iPad? Okay, we're ready for the iPad questions. So those of you who are interested in winning, how many do we have today?
We're going to give away 4.
4. We're giving 4 iPad minis?
Yeah.
4 iPad minis.
One on.
And for every question you miss, I get to keep it.
There's just one question.
Okay. So let's see.
These are all the questions. You can choose one you like. Maddie can use.
Okay. What? Huh? So here goes. Question number 1.
Oh, no. So
No.
you choose one from there.
But don't
And then-
say it yet, and then we go, all right, you ask the question, and we film the phones, and then whoever gets the answer first, we get their email.
Oh, so these are the questions. Okay, let me read them.
But read them.
Okay.
And can you scroll from? There's a. You can let us see when you like.
Okay. Here. Should I read it?
No.
No? Okay. I'm going to do this one right now.
Okay.
Because I know a lot of people. Yeah. So is that for one iPad?
Yeah, well, it's going to be all. You're going to ask it, and it's for everyone, all platforms.
Okay, all platforms.
Film all at the same time.
All at the same time. The first person who answers this question will receive an iPad mini. Okay? We got thousands of people here. I feel bad for the what's the Facebook Live? That it's not.
I'm watching online.
Oh, okay. So we can see it. So if you're on Facebook Live right here, boom, boom, boom. They're gonna monitor over there. So,
Whenever you're ready,
ready, set, and yes. Yeah, book and author. Yeah. All right. Here's the question. Are you guys ready?
Yes, we're ready.
What was the first self-help book that I, Herman, read when I was younger? The name of the book and the author. I recommended it like 2 times today. Okay. You guys got it?
Yep. We're waiting. I got plenty. Waiting for an answer. I haven't done any.
All right.
Author and the book.
Author on the book. Author on the book. Let's see. Let's.
One. Got 2.
Okay. Let's review the Periscope video that you took, because there was a couple.
And we got 3. Okay.
All right. They're gonna go in the back and review the names, guys. So it's the one question. So the 4 people that get it. Oh, okay. So that's easy. I should have picked a harder question.
So you want to announce the first winner for Facebook is Maria Vic Estrella.
Okay, first winner for Facebook, Maria Vic Estrella.
So we can get an email.
Okay, she said Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. That is correct. So we need your email, your name.
Name, where you're
where you from, what do you do, your phone number.
No, no, no.
Oh, just your email, I guess. All right, this is for which one?
Hygroliphics vape.
That's for Meerkat. For Meerkat, the winner is Hygroliphics Vape. The answer is correct. So Hygroliphics Vape. All right.
Their name, email.
Name, email, profession, and we'll contact you. All right. What do we got for Periscope? Yeah. Oh, is that the okay? So the person from the screen, okay, from the live feed on the website. The winner is Mike Andalon 97. Mike Andalon 97. He said it right. He misspelled Napoleon, but we'll let him. We'll let him off on that one.
Hygroliphics vape on Meerkat. We still need your email.
Okay,
and
the
your
key.
profession and where you're located.
That's Periscope, right? And then Lucas y Mateo. For the Periscope, the winner is the T as in Tom Key 2. The T Key 2. Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. You got it. That's the 4 iPad minis.
blackgoldvape@gmail.com. Thank you, Tanisha. Tanisha's the winner.
Tanisha, you're the winner.
So the T key, we need your email address, your occupation, and your age.
So Periscope, T-Key, we need email, occupation, and age. All right? And we do truly send those out, guys. There's no secrets. We just give them out. We thank you for being patient. And who won? We just announced it. The 2 key, was it? The T2 key.
From Slovakia,
An entrepreneur from Slovakia,
22 years
22 years
old.
old. That's pretty cool. See, somebody in Slovakia won an iPad mini. It's going to cost us a lot in shipping. Guys in the U.S., we're too slow typing. Any other questions, guys? So this is kind of wrapping up now, right? Any other questions? I can stay here for another 5 minutes. Congratulations to the winner here, to the winner here, and to the winner here, and obviously to our winner right here. Somebody messaged me on Facebook. Again, German, German, Garcia Fresco, if you need to message me. I said, somebody's saying Worrying and Stop Living. No, that's not my first book that I've read. I did recommend this book. You are correct. I did. But I recommended, I said that, hey, guys. But I said that the other book was the one that I read when I was young. The Stop Worrying and Start Living book. That one came out, I read that later in life. The first book in self-help was really Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. All right. I will take 2 more questions. 2 more questions. Okay, somebody's saying, Nihachi, I want an iPad and nobody contacted me. Nihachi, send us an email if that is true and we have records. Then we will definitely get it out to you. We're not here to scam you guys for an iPad. That's not our business model. Okay? Anybody else? What is he doing? Lucas, portate bien. Are you guys embarrassing me now? All right, last question of the day. Can you do one last scroll? You're welcome. Somebody's asking for a list of books that I recommend. What I'll do is I'm going to have a list. Next time I come on, because everybody always asks me. I will bring you guys a list of books. All right, I think I'm going to just cut it off here. Thank you. What book have you read most recently? I'm reading a book about CEOs. I bought like 10 books on being a CEO. So I'm reading a whole bunch of those. Anyways, thank you guys. Thank you, everybody. I hope to see you, or at least some of you in New York. Come and say hi. We're very approachable. And remember, we're going to be talking about lots of stuff. I will be giving a presentation on persuasion, how to sell online. Very valuable for those of you who have online stores and those of you who don't but are wanting to do one. All right, thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye.